Oh, you're up and running, are you?
Yeah.
I did in the wrong hole.
I had it in the wrong hole, as they say, yes.
The only thing they figured out last time was, of course, you can't see the right side of the pitch very well when it gets hit there, but
Yeah, that's... Sometimes don't get the... There's a fine line between how close you want to be and how sort of far away.
yeah,
but
yeah.
It's literally right there next to Jeff.
15 minutes, Rafe, okay?
It would appear you've outdone us on the camera tripod front there, John.
Yeah, so if you couldn't get it to work for a while.
yeah, it's alright now. There it is.
Is this a live feed for school website?
It's this company. It's an Australian company, so they've only just started importing them into the UK.
Yeah.
And it's about half the price of Pitch Vision, and loads better than Pitch Vision. So when the stream comes up, if you've got a laptop, have a look at the stream, and it'll come up with the scores at the bottom, batsmen's names, all that. And
it links up to your scoring app.
so it goes off. You have to run it off playcricket.com.
Yeah.
So
Use that. Can I get your team at some point? I've got.
when we get cracking, a coffee would be brilliant.
You want coffee?
Oh, a team? Did you say or a team?
Team. You got a team then? I'll get you a coffee as well.
Yeah, I'll just put the kettle on.
Just put it on.
We haven't got any milk though.
I'll get you a team. Do you want me to speak it?
Yeah, I'm happy for you to speak it. Yeah.
So opening will be Meadows. And Phillips. O Meadows, J Phillips, and then it's W Nash, B Kellaway, Kella Way. Five. Shay S Sainsbury. S Hamid. Hamid. O Rayner. Rayner. S Brooks. No E on Brooks. Sorry?
Three more,
yeah. I reckon. Cried off this morning. He's not. So J Davies. Thank you. Davies, not Davis.
Yep.
H Robbins. W Windows.
Relation to.
Yes, son
Yeah,
off. Yeah.
son off.
Yeah.
That sounds good.
I'll give it to our scorer.
That's lovely, wasn't it? Yeah, perfect. Thank you very much. Right, I don't know if there's a microphone, so you might have to sit right up here, guys, I suspect, and we'll check with John when we start. So you might want to grab a couple of chairs from inside, and I suspect you're going to need to sit right here to do it, which, or maybe above here.
Fellas, who's your wicket keeper,
I mean, that would be an ideal one, but I'll need someone to operate the camera as well.
Yeah, so we'll have to see. I suspect it'll pick you up all right, won't it? But
Yeah.
can you see if you sit down? That's the
Yeah.
only problem.
Yeah.
You can?
The only thing we can't see is sort of just like square
Well,
leg.
that doesn't matter.
We can do that.
Okay.
Perfect.
Thank you, sir.
That's right. We'll see how it goes.
Cool.
It's quite nice there, actually. Is that when you move it? Or is it?
That's you can see what you can see on there. Look.
Hey,
It's quite good, isn't it?
yeah, it's great.
The commentary's back, lads.
Yeah.
Yeah, very exciting.
Excited again?
Yeah.
I don't think it's going to rain. I've checked the forecast. It looks
Raining
pretty.
now. It's only like
It's raining?
12%,
Oh,
I
you're
swear.
kidding.
I mean, it's there, isn't it?
It shouldn't rain too hard. There should be no stop play.
Yeah, he gets it.
Alright.
I have to get the pitch.
I never know.
That's a ligament.
You can always take layers off, can't you?
I'm pretty sure. Yeah. I've checked multiple times.
Yeah.
Don't want it to start raining.
Yeah.
Do you already do
Looks
last?
pretty clear all after.
Howard, where's the
Went to Taunton school last week.
What's the name? So, let me speak the other thing. Hello?
Yeah. There's spikes.
No, yeah. That's good.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's technology.
I don't see them running there. Have they even done the concert yet?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
I suppose you could have a little peek.
What?
Come on, back get the lights on, Charlie.
That's the other one.
Doing every 6?
Yeah.
I'd really like Wickets.
Oh, yes.
Have you got? Do you want to take one out for you, or do you want to ask?
No, I've got some in my back. It's fine.
Do you want to take yours out or use? Hello, Andy, speaking. Hi, Peter. Hi. Yeah, unfortunately, Clifton have told us only a short while ago that it's unfortunately CT.
If you have a laptop, guys,
So Dave guys emailed.
then you'll be able to see exactly the names of the people batting, so you'll be able to see our names as well.
Oh, that's
Or a stream, you can just get it off YouTube.
on YouTube. Oh, awesome.
If I give you the link,
Oh, cool.
I think Mr. Nerton sent it.
has he done it already, has he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I can pull it up.
I'm sure what's
Yes,
written down.
So as planned, location, not opposition.
Yeah.
Has he sent it?
And if parents say
That would be
It should be it, yeah.
but
Yeah.
It should be saying it's about to start. Yeah.
cool.
In a minute, the teams will start flashing up on it.
That's sweet. Thank you.
The camera, just so you know, you can probably hear it now. The camera is very sensitive.
Yeah, cool.
Right? Sorry, the microphone on the camera
Yeah.
is very sensitive.
Nice. Yeah, you can hear it really clearly. Cool.
The delay is about 3 seconds.
Okay.
it's hard to say ideally the other. Hardest to know. But if you've got the email from Tim Bennett that he said about the other, the cricket said for Friday. If those boys to the email and say, sit down there for 2:30 rather than 3 o'clock. Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, try and get
Yeah, do you get these things from you?
or you could even email
Could just pop it down there.
I mean, you can get it on here, guys, and you can just sit on the floor.
Oh, that'd be awesome. Thank you very much. Will you guys have all your games cancelled?
For the last 2.5 weeks,
Yeah.
We played 7 times in the start of the term. And then, yeah, it's just been...
You have managed to get in quite a few though. So,
Yeah, but then you just kind of lose all momentum.
yeah.
You could just read out the link, could you? It's HTTPS.
Colon//
Yeah.
m.youtube.com/watch
Sorry, so after the // it's then YouTube.
m.youtube.
Is it? Yeah.
.com/watch
Yeah.
question mark
Yeah.
the
V equals
yeah p
capital P.
yeah p 8 lowercase h lowercase c lowercase v capital O lowercase q, lowercase z, lowercase k, capital P,
Sorry, I got to the capital O.
capital O, lowercase q,
Yeah.
lowercase z, lowercase k,
Yeah.
capital P, lowercase o. That should be it.
Oh, no internet connection. Alright, I won't be able to get internet connection, so we'll just have to.
That's fine.
I thought I could.
Cool.
You started it right. Oh, there we go.
John, if your boys want to sit here, they can. They don't have to be around. See if it rains.
I'll go and see them, yeah.
But yeah, just mention, we'll leave that door open there for each of them.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to Sherborne's first game in a little while. We've been put off by rain for a couple of weeks, but it looks good today. Looks a bit brighter than it has usually. The clouds, they are there, but they're slightly higher than we've seen in recent days. And it looks to be a good game of cricket. We're set for 40 overs each side, and Sherborne won the toss and have elected to bowl first, which you consider to be a smart decision, wouldn't you, Billy?
Yeah, I'd say it's a pretty good decision. Good toss to win, I would say. Pitch should be a little bit on the slow side, as you might expect with all the rain that's recently been happening. Lots of fixtures have been cancelled. But yeah, it should be a good game.
Wow. The batsmen have already made their way to the crease. Sherborne have Felix Northover is running off the pitch. And the two umpires have taken their place on the field. You can see on your cameras there's a large pile of sawdust at one end, and there's another one on the other end, and that might be in use today if things get a bit muddy and damp. But we were on the round the boundary earlier, and it didn't seem to be too damp.
Yeah, pitch does seem in good condition. As I said, potentially a bit slow. Definitely something there for the bowlers, batsmen, if they can apply themselves. Obviously, a 40 over games, they should be able to score a few.
Yeah, and there is a hint of green I can see on the pitch. When we commentated on the Pilgrim's game a week ago, we said it wasn't that green, but you can see there are a few streaks of green, which is what Sherborne will aim for here.
Rafe O'Brien
It is going to be Rafe O'Brien to open up from down there, going down the hill.
Mark has run up. So players might be slightly out of form from both sides, I guess, with all the rain that's been around. Not many fixtures in the game.
O'Brien. I'll play 2 balls. Okay, thank you.
You guys managed to play any games or?
Very pleasing to be able to finally see some cricket happening. You've been keeping an eye on the county cricket?
I haven't checked this morning actually. I'll have a look now, but I don't think there are going to be many results in many games. The weather tomorrow looking awful as well.
Yeah.
It's pretty disappointing when you get to the cricket season, it rains.
I mean, you've got to take what you get, and we're lucky this week it's been fairly rainy, but today looks like the one day where cricket will be possible. Not too high winds. So Rofe will be starting, going down the hill, and he's starting over the wicket.
Yeah,
So, here we go.
Left-handed medley.
Sherborne v Clifton comes in bowls first ball.
Come on,
and
mate.
he's
Ready, lad,
off
shot
the
boy.
mark first ball with a nice cover drive which is intercepted. So last week was a 30 over game. Billy, how do you think they'll be approaching a 40 over game a bit differently?
Yeah, obviously last week not much play available because of the rain, but yeah, it just gives batsmen a further opportunity to get themselves in, score a few runs. Yeah, it should be good. I'd like to see the openers really apply themselves here at the crease. They should be able to bat for a long time. But yeah, pitch should be playing Should we play okay?
In comes Rafe to the right hander this time. It's on the
Joey!
pads,
No,
clipped
no.
away. They'll look
Run
for
him.
2 here and they'll get them comfortably. So as we said, 40 over game, that's a long time to bat, so these batsmen will be in no hurry, but they'll be looking for those singles. And singles like that can really add up as you get through again.
Yeah, it's a nice shot to play early on your innings. Really, if you're playing that nicely, you're usually in reasonably good form. You will leg glance.
Sammy has lost the feature. He'll talk for days. Get shit on your
Rashid bowls. Better line. Just be looking to check top of off.
Yeah.
Classic cricket ball.
That is the line, just slightly fuller on this wicket, outside off stump.
And you might have seen as Rafe went through his follow on there, there's just a bit of mud that's come up from the pitch which he's had to throw off, which may indicate the sawdust will be needed as he comes in bowls. A bit wider this time, left alone, no run.
Yeah, that's definitely a better line. First couple of balls slightly on the batsman's pads, leg side, but that's definitely where you want to bowl.
Yeah, well, again, the batsman won't be in any hurry to attack those anytime soon. We've got a fairly attacking field here from Sherborne to start off. All men on the offside in the ring. As he comes in bowls, again a bit straighter. Just patted back. Some very vocal feedback there on the slips.
Yeah, always good early on to have that. Assuming the longer the partnership goes on, the less chat will occur.
Yeah, well, we do have a very vocal team. It'll be interesting to see if that continues throughout the game. As he comes in bowls, again on the pads, clipped off again. This time just a single. And that is the first over. It's been a good first over for Clifton.
Should be Charlie Wills from the other end, but we will see. That is usually Sherman's opening combo.
Yeah, I think to start off 4 and over, left 4 for that. First 4 and over is certainly not a bad run rate to start
I
off.
reckon a decent score here, 48 game. If all play is possible.
I think around 200 would be a very good score on this pitch.
Yeah.
I think it sort of favours the bowler. Again, we're not going to know what conditions are going to be like in a couple of hours' time, but I think anything around that mark is certainly a competitive score.
Like almost on this pitch, anything over 150 is
Yeah.
obviously low side, but competitive still. Started with two slips here, Sherborne, so evidently a bit of swing available to them. Charlie will be looking to put it in the corridor and use that to his advantage.
So Charlie Wills coming up the hill. We did hear them just before the game say they were going to swap. Rafe was originally going to come up the hill, Charlie was coming down, but they've decided for tactical reasons they're going to swap.
Yeah, we'll see if it works.
As he comes in bowls, it's a full toss and it's driven and no run, sort of got away with that one. There's a kind of balls that was definitely what you call a loosener, not necessarily the length that we're looking to maintain throughout the game. Here he comes, bowls. This one's clipped off the pad and it will be a single down to Misfield.
Running chaps!
See the applause there.
You can hear the applause.
Yeah, we do.
That's why you don't want to be bowling that straight, because it's just very easy to take that single off the pads. Shouldn't let that Misfield affect him mentally now. That's
Better line
better
from
on
Charlie.
Hey, Joey.
Solid block.
That's where you want to be bowling. We talked about last week on a pitch like this, which is going to be a bit slower, a bit greener, it's going to swing. You want to pitch it up, you want to get it on that fuller length where the batsman's going to have a go at it.
Yeah. Especially if it sticks in the pitch a bit, easy to miss time and just lob a catch up to cover. Charlie will be able to keep it there. That's solidly defended again.
Good.
This is a lovely girl. This is lovely.
Yeah.
It's a shame it's not like a real hot day. Real hot day here. You know what I mean?
Good start by the this year. They both look pretty comfortable. Charlie, that's full of
Shapes, Joey!
that is again, even there, that's very full delivery, but on a pitch where the ball doesn't come onto the bat as easily.
It's all about consistency now, because and this is again something we also discussed at Pilgrim's game, is you can bowl a good ball, but it's not going to get the batsman out first time. It's a very easy ball. So it's all about the consistency of the length and line here. Just once you keep it there, eventually he will get his wicket. It's another good ball. It is worth bearing in mind that both teams here haven't played a match in a couple of weeks. They might be a bit out of form to start with. We have had quite a lot of rain, so they might be working themselves back into the game. I mean, we haven't seen any, and we've only had 2 overs, but we haven't seen any serious lack of form.
Yeah, I mean, I was hoping there'd be a little bit more swing movement here for Rafe and Charlie's. We'll see.
Yeah, certainly. We haven't had that much time to tell, but after the first 2 overs, we have had a huge amount of swing.
I think umpire's saying there's 1 short there. Yeah, 1 short. Don't want too much of that.
One of the rarest signals given by an umpire in the game.
Sherborne's keeping these 2 slips in now. I wonder whether they'll hit them out if there's no swing. Obviously still time early in the game. That's just blocked into the covers.
So on the other side, not the first pitch, immediately the other side.
We haven't yet seen how quick the outfield is, but I shouldn't imagine it'll be too quick.
No.
There'll be a bit of moisture just dragging the ball a bit.
So no, I feel like they might have brought the boundary in very slightly because of that as well, especially to the leg side as we look now. Perhaps a little bit shorter than last week.
Last week, of course, we saw Sherborne batting for about 15 overs or so. It'll be exciting here to fully see their bowling attack, and that's a better ball from Rafe. That's just gone through. I think that was through the gate actually. It's just missed his inside edge and
Very well
stumps.
bowled. That's definitely the line.
Yeah,
A little bit of movement there as well.
it's all about keeping it there now. But
Especially in these long games, important to build up the pressure.
yeah,
Something that we did mention a lot last week as well. It's really important.
and we'll get to see some of the younger bowlers in this team. This is 2 up 6 bowling currently. Just a bit too straight. But we'll see Tommy at Smith. We'll see Thomas. We'll see some interesting. We might get a bit of spin.
Yeah, I reckon this pitch should take a bit of spin, definitely. Just with the new ball, it'll be swing friendly. It's Rafe looking like he might be going around the wicket here, and is. Yeah, the ball should grip and turn nicely.
Well, we saw the change to around the wicket last week as a success. Goes to the boundary. In fact, I wouldn't have gone had the field not even stopped it. They come back for 3.
First sign of the outfield being a bit slower than it might usually be.
Yeah, normal pitch like that, cover drive, getting for 4, especially if you look at Sherborne's outfield, it is very nice. It's just carpet. It's like Augusta during the Masters. But yeah, it is that.
That's the first golf analogy I've ever heard you use, and considering you don't like the game that much.
It will be the last.
Yeah.
Ooh, a bit wide as that dropped.
That was dropped.
It was a difficult chance for Tom Rother at wicket keeping today. It was a wide one which he just chased after.
Yeah, it was one potentially.
Bit of outside edge, bit of toe.
Potentially that was first slips catch as well. I think Tom slightly dived across and felt confident he could get there and gets a glove to it and just drops it.
Well, it's a time where you think the old adage is catches win matches. Which may sound cliche, but it's half chances like those. Very difficult chance. You can't.
Difficult chance, as I said, potentially first slips catch. I mean, neither of us are keepers. Obviously, you make your mind up quite early in that situation. Would have expected to take that Tom, you would assume. That was a much better delivery from Rafe as well. I'm hoping that Charlie can keep up the pressure here.
That's a good line. Yeah, difficult chance as we said, but one which he maybe should have taken. If he had taken it, I would have given a sense of impetus to Sherborne start here, but doesn't really blame too much. Charlie, again, that line length, just pushing it, it's making the batsman come forward, and that's what he'll want to do here. It's finding that judgment between full, which is full toss, height where the batsman doesn't have to come forward, and short where he can just rock back and pull.
The length of these two opening bowlers, Charlie and Rafe, has been pretty good so far. We'll see if Charlie can continue again here.
That's clipped off the pads. They'll try and push for 2 hits, got a bit of a gap, and they'll get 2. It's good running. That's the sort of running where you want to start the innings and it just gives you a sense of momentum, and it can help you on the back straight to the innings.
That's perfectly placed. I feel like it's definitely not a pitch that you want to be overhitting your shots on. Just slightly too straight there from Charlie, and just flicked off his pads into the leg side for a couple.
Yeah, it's not the sort of pitch where you'll be dealing in boundaries. You'll be looking for those singles. Again, bringing the batsman forward, making him drive. Hasn't yet pierced that cover field yet.
Good start here by both teams. I'd say bowler's been reasonably consistent.
Batsmen haven't offered any chances bar that one drop catch from Tom Rodway, which is a difficult chance, and it just shows you that it's not necessarily a fantastic ball. It's a bit short and it's a bit wide, but it just makes the batsman chase after it and brings him forward to it. They'll nick and
Can happen, although early on in this innings you feel that batsmen are going to struggle to score today. So it's definitely chasing those wide ones they need to not do. It's against
lots of misfield, and they'll get more than one. They'll pick up 2.
Yeah, it's things like that where that's just really releasing the pressure that Charlie has tried to create there.
He'll be frustrated with that, and I think we saw in his reaction he wasn't too happy.
Will be Rafe to continue.
Shay, can you just sit still?
So we've got a couple of visitors here today. They're sort of strolling around the boundary.
I think it's one of the first. This is the first match back where parents are allowed to come to the school.
So Rafe to continue from down the hill. It's full.
Around board.
On a single. Tommy Smith pulls out the sprawling dive. Head on.
Yeah, Sherborne's fielding hasn't been fantastic so far, I'd say. A drop catch obviously difficult, but ground fielding quite gathering as cleanly as possible.
Well, we did see them practicing down here with the catches, the ramp. And I just want to keep pressure on there because their bowlers are producing good lines, good length. They won't want to let it slip with the misfields. Again, full on the pads, and they'll take a quick
Set running, chaps.
They have worked it into the leg side nicely so far.
There's a game of cricket game. Bath versus Chippenham. Chippenham are 1 down already. Chris Munden.
Full again.
None of look. Oh, Winston, what was the cost of it?
Hopefully that's a better angle.
Yeah, sorry about that.
There you are.
Cheers for the invite. Sure.
What's the W1?
I had to get. Thank you to Charlie Collins for telling me that the camera was askew.
Yeah, look at art.
How long a spell do you reckon Charlie and Rafe will have the four overs?
Yeah, I reckon 4. They're bowling good length, they need to take themselves off.
Oh, Ned!
Cut that away.
Shot, man! Shot, boy!
The first boundary of the day.
Nice shot there, a bit wide from Rafe.
Yeah, just a bit too short. He was bowling good line. He's sort of been switching from round and over the wicket. Maybe just lost that consistency. But it was a good shot. Nicely played.
Yeah, that was a similar delivery, obviously to different batsmen where he had that early chance to turn away, dropped.
It just depends on who it is.
Yeah, that was put away comfortably. Looking to a little bit straight in. Much better. The trouble was the batsman a little bit.
I went to. Oh, you're one of those, are you? Yeah.
Send him another over.
We're trying to grow this out. Yeah.
Having looked on the stream, there's a very good score both for this. Pilgrims last week was sort of Comic Sans and a couple of numbers, but there's some very detailed stuff.
You just need the ends cut so then they grow again.
It doesn't take too long, it's just a moment.
So now I've got 40 there.
I regret it.
Both bats were sort of nice here. They've looked.
19 off 5 is certainly a respectable start to this. They won't have wanted to have plugged in and gone too slowly off the first 5, but again they won't have wanted to go too hard and risk losing a wicket.
Going a good run right there. Sherborne will be again starting to really want to break this partnership, and that's a better line from Charlie's. Blocked nice.
Phillips is on 10 off 20 now. Dropped, of course. A couple of overs to go.
Yeah, he has looked pretty comfortable barring that one chance, so it'll be interesting to see how much that costs Sherborne. As that's defended solidly again, they might grab the single game and do.
That is good
Nice running.
Sherborne will want to eradicate that from the game. That shouldn't be a single to that fielder who's there.
See, left-hand right-hand combination at the moment. So it's quite tricky for Rafe and Charlie so far to settle into a rhythm. They've rotated the strike nicely. As we said.
Is it the time you got?
Coming from around the wicket now.
Just
Angle the way to the gullies there. In the shape of Felix Northover, who wasn't playing in the Pilgrims game but has been recalled.
It'll be interesting to see what batting lineup Sherborne do go with today. Usually bat with quite a lot of depth.
Speaking to Felix, he was expecting to bat 6, 7, 8, which is, as a batsman, is an incredibly deep team to be batting in. That's a good line of length, it's a good lead as well. It's all about the awareness of where his off stump is, and he's done very well to judge that.
Yeah, that's a nice line, nice length by Charlie, as you said. Well done. Yeah, so they will just be starting to want to settle into a rhythm here.
Is he the one that
Sherborne, Charlie, much straighter, much fuller as well. Blocked again into the offside.
He doing the old drills on bases? He is he's very good.
He loves the game.
No sawdust seems to have been used so far, which I think is interesting.
So far,
Maybe the pitch.
you may be able to see on the cameras that are some footmarks being developed. So it may come into action later in the game. Someone has been driven down the ground, they'll try and take a quick single, and
Good match, good
again
match!
it's just not that clean take which didn't allow him to throw it at stumps. But it's good running again.
Yeah, nice confident shot, especially on a pitch like this where the ball just comes onto the bat slightly slower. Have to really waited for it and driven confidently down the ground.
That is over. Charlie Wilson's figures 0 for 7 off 3, which is great economy.
And then we've got possibly Milton at Friday himself. That'd be quite nice.
Clifton of 21 for none of 6.
Love games of cricket. Hopefully the weather's right.
Thursday's Kings, home.
Yeah. Oh wait.
Is that the T20?
Oh wait, it isn't 20.
Is that T20? That's friendly, isn't it?
No.
T20. No, I thought the comps Tuesday.
No, and yeah, but this is the rearranged one.
Who's it against?
Kings.
Oh, so it's like
SGS Tuesday, Kings
so it's the Greek one.
I think yeah. And then
Rafe
possibly,
takes off his hat again. He's going to bowl another over here.
Four games.
Potentially might be his last one. We'll see how he's feeling. Bowls can bowl maximum of 8 as it's 40 on here.
What's the chat, fellas?
He's 100% nearly this year.
Oh yeah.
Umpire taking his time. You can't see it on the cameras, but he's just taking his time being square leg.
Wait, so all games next week are T20 competition, yeah? Just look at calendar.
Still keeping in 2 slips here. Sherborne hasn't been too much swing around to trouble the batsmen so far, who have certainly started nicely.
Not skatable. I like JB there.
From over the wicket now.
Who's JB?
And again, that's
Justin
what if you're looking to do. I'll be encouraged by the fact that
It's
that's
over
willing to
there,
drive. You'll be looking to angle it across
You
the
see the
field, draw
other
a
side.
try, hopefully get an edge to
Oh, yeah.
slope.
Better fielding as well, nicely taking the car.
Coming from over the wicket sort of eliminates that LBW threat unless he gets it nice and straight.
No, you can see the
He's
size.
going to pitch up side leg.
No, you can see the size. I'd love to be from like Zimbabwe.
Strong, solid defence. I think the Clifton batsmen will be pleased here. They haven't offered any chances apart from that drop catch. And they've run well. Those quick singles. Only the one boundary.
Yeah, rotation strike has been very, very good so far. Something that Sherborne could learn from when they bat. As we said earlier, not a pitch that you're necessarily going to be belting boundaries, or they will see how it.
Yeah, and that's where the left hand, right hand combo comes in very usefully. And that's the drive runs.
Head on it! Shot Matty
And
left!
they'll come back for the second.
Down him!
Might make it to the boundary.
Shot boy!
For 4.
Yeah, save him, bro!
Diving to stop.
Charlie
Shot,
was
mate!
able to stop that. And you see that was absolutely middled, and you kind of have to middle it on this pitch to make a good defence.
Yeah, even that one just struggled to the boundary, just beating Charlie. It was a big dive there.
On a normal day, that's 4 without the fielders moving. And that's where the fielding will be important. Every single stop will make the chase easier. It's shorter this time. And just
So today we've got a Clifton College game. We've got Ollie Mallows and Joe Phillips.
Did see Ray bowl over the wicket, round the wicket with left-hander early. He changes again. I think this is definitely a better tactic for him. Brings LBW into play. Can get it moving away towards the slips, and that'd be good. That's
that again will go for 4. It's fine.
Very nice shot.
accelerate here, Medic. Couple of nice strokes. Not a great delivery of that from Rafe, but
So if you just go down those stairs, head straight over, and then you're there.
It's that half volley length which is a bit easier to drive. Interesting to see what he tries
boys,
now.
what do you think Clog is on? Of how many balls? Clogger? He's on 10.
yeah.
Or probably.
Looking for a tighter line here, Rafe. Shorter again, just
Run in, boys!
should get 2 here. Potentially even 3 if they run hard. No, they're just jogging back for 2.
Yeah.
It's a good
Just as a wicket,
start. They're just getting 10 from the over.
Yeah, a bit expensive that for Rafe. I'm assuming that might have been his last.
In the spell,
See
Clifton at 31 for none off 7.
Yeah.
That's responsible to be in there. That's on the side.
So what do you think he'll try and change from that over?
I think he might take himself off actually.
Hypothetically,
maybe put.
if you're a bowler and you just bowled that over, you know you've got to bowl another one, what would you change?
Well, yes, he bowled a couple of slightly shorter deliveries in that over, which seemed to work a little bit better. The two that he pitched up, one was very over pitched, were driven nicely through the covers.
Some quality humour, as always from the guests.
I knew you were going to do that.
Driven down
Joe Phillips, that's delightful.
and
Might run away.
come back for 2. Might even come back for the 3rd.
Running chaps.
They do.
Yeah, good fielding on the boundary again. Struck nicely, didn't quite make its way to the fence. Good fielding on the boundary there.
Right.
Where is it? He's going to throw another one about 10 past later.
Let's see if that was hurt. Check out this.
I'm saying yes.
Check it on the stream.
That's all.
Change of angle here.
He's going to clip it. Just scream cool.
There's a bit of swing away there.
Wind is potentially slightly pushing it in that direction.
Now, Sky Sports commentator have to apologise for any bad language. You have to apologise for the poor, crass humour of our guests today, as that's driven and it's well stopped at point, no run.
Certainly will be hoping for more of that away swing. Here, Charlie, if you just start it on off stump, nip it away towards the slips. That's
That's a
2
full
full.
toss.
Yeah,
Off the pads,
Class, mate.
and it looks to be 4 runs.
Just on to league a few runs here, these two. Wouldn't be surprised if we see a bowling change soon.
Yeah. Haven't bowled badly, but they're just starting to lose their line here. Who do you reckon they'll bring on after this?
Potentially Thomas, potentially Ian Smith. Maybe even some spin if they feel like it, but probably a little bit early for that.
No run there.
You know it's all laughing.
Certainly Clifton will be the happier of the two teams with this start here. Sherborne really needing a wicket to break the partnership, and that's a better line, getting a little hint of a way swing there.
Stop this. Oh yeah, bro, can you give me a banana? I'm busy too. Yeah, can you bring up a banana? Please.
I love it.
How's that, mate? I know some of that. I'm so cool. Kellis, if you go down, can you bring up a banana?
No, Rafe
Rafe will
will
continue.
continue. Interesting.
Well, you would assume that this would be his last.
Yeah, I think that is interesting. We see how he comes back after this over. Was expecting him to be taken off, but no.
10 off his previous over, and those were to the left-hander, so we might see a bit of a change here.
So the wind's just slightly picked up here, pushing the ball away towards the slips.
That's a better. Ooh, I may have heard the
Pushing
doors
the
down there.
net, I think. Better line that from Rafe.
Yeah. And we discussed last week the importance and difference of bowling up the hill to down the hill. He'll just be looking for that angle he can find. It's just going to shake in a bit. Comes in bowls. Again, good line plan.
Yeah, Ollie Carr Smith there.
Very Glazor, picked up by the mic, which is about 100 metres away from him.
And I'll get back in.
Really needing a wicket now. Showing you his team. That's
Hello.
on his
Nice,
pads.
Jerry, running boy.
Might get a couple again. The batsmen do turn and they will come back for 2.
Job in. No, close it because of the wind.
Sherborne will be frustrated because they haven't bowled badly. They just haven't bowled well. It's been
Would anyone like half of it?
an economic.
Good start here by Mellors and Phillips though. They both looked very comfortable. Really have to say. Nicely.
Again.
Might get a couple again. They do get a couple. Good running.
Interestingly, you see that throw come in and it immediately dies, which is difficult for the fielders to judge. And that's why we may be getting a few misfields because this pitch isn't holding a true bounce.
Sandwich. Put it on the latch. Put it on the latch.
Goes again that length round. Dots like these are a little less significant in the 40 over game because they realise they have more time, and so it's more the wickets that will be valued. By the
Very,
bowlers.
very offside dominated field here from Sherborne, as you might expecting Rafe and Charlie to be bowling predominantly there.
And that's where, if you bowl it like that
Yeah.
on the pads, you're going to get kicked away pretty much
Alright.
every time they've run.
Running boys.
You've seen that a lot so far, as you've just mentioned, potentially move one of the slips away, I reckon. We haven't seen any big edges.
I generally get just a single. Well, I don't want nothing.
Well, that could be the end of Rafe's spell.
Yeah, take that.
Will it be the end of Charlie, or will he have another one?
Looks like Charlie will have another one.
Yep, so leaving themselves.
Now you can see who's limbering up. Oh, Felix is stretching himself. I doubt Felix will come on to bowl. It would be a bit of a shock if he did, being a part-time off spinner.
Who do you think will be next?
I mean, you would expect someone like Tommy Smith to come on, have a go. He's a bit of a tall player, and he'll be able to get a bit of bounce into the players.
Might also make it much harder to time as well if it does bounce up. I don't doubt it's going to get any particular height in this pitch, so could be hard to judge. I'd say he's a good option. Slightly slower as well than Charlie and Ray. That's exactly where he should be bowling.
You might even want to push it in a bit toward the batsman, a bit tighter to make the batsman play. But they've been good leaving and playing so far.
It looks like Rupert Thompson might be potentially, feel like they're just potentially warming up.
He does look to be loosening himself up, so he could be coming on for a bowl. Charlie bowls another good line and length ball. He's bowled well so far.
He has bowled nicely. Again, Mellors and Phillips have not looked pretty comfortable, you'd have to say. Apart from that drop by Tom Rother with every run, that's looking to be more and more costly, although a difficult chance.
Charlie, a bit fuller. There's a play and a miss. And
Also a big drive there.
yeah, well. And again, you wouldn't even say that's the ideal line of length. It's a bit too full, but it just makes batsmen play a bit.
And you can hear that really got the Sherborne fielders excited there.
Well, that's what you need. These two
Enticing
batsmen.
opportunity.
These two batsmen have been very good at leaving and playing the ball. They've middled it pretty much every time they've hit it. And you just get a play and a miss, it just excites them a bit. And you can hear the noise levels have just increased.
Charlie will just be hoping to keep it exactly there for these next couple.
The two's about 40 odd for one. What? So Ahmed's still in.
Ahmed needs runs.
Again,
Good well.
It is
Has
well.
to trust the pitch quite a lot there.
Yeah.
Just slightly straighter from Trolley again, moving away towards the slips. But
Playing on some of the pitches on Careys, there have been some questionable bounces, such as your wicket that you got against Marlborough, where the ball seemed to skid under the batsman's bat. But this pitch is incredibly well catered through, and there's the player to miss again.
attempt from Tom Rother at the stumps as well, which is interesting. Potentially thought the batsman was out of his crease.
Yeah, exactly. Work out what went wrong and then do it again.
It is what it is.
It is what it is.
Unless you try and scoop it all fine back in the first over.
Are we going to see a change here?
I think we definitely should do. It's something different for
It looks like he's
these
weighing
two
up his
to face.
options.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to be bowling again. Looks like Thomas is going to be
So,
bowling.
this is our first proper sighting of him so far. We didn't see him involved at all in Pilgrim's game. Haven't seen him bowled a huge amount. Have you seen him?
Yeah, I've seen him bowl a little bit.
What are we in for?
Good bowler, consistent. Same pace, really, I'd say, as Charlie and Rafe.
What sort of action are we in for?
Excuse me, chaps, what's his name?
Rupert Thomas.
Cheers, then.
Sorry. Yeah, Ollie Cosmith, nice and vocal there.
As always. So we're in for a left arm coming over, looks like.
No, I think it's going to go around. Good
Left
match,
arm over. So, it'll be interesting to see how he varies.
Get me swing here as well. Swing it into
Short covering, he comes in bowls, and pretty much on the money straight away.
Just seemed to die off the pitch a little bit there, actually. Seemed a little bit slow.
We have expected it to be a bit slower. There's a bit of moisture in the pitch. And that's again what he'll be trying to do. He'll be trying to angle it across the batsman and draw that edge. Might be trying to look for that uppish drive and punch it straight to short cover. Very difficult fielding position. And that's not quite as he wants it. I will signal a wide.
First wide of the innings there. Charlie and Rafe didn't bowl any of those. He runs back to his mark. Hopefully he can just take a breath here, calm himself down, just read down his action. It'll be interesting to see if that can help him out.
Yeah.
Comes in bowls, and that's pulled for 4.
Shot, Jerry!
It's just gone past the man at square leg there.
Slightly too short. Nice.
There was a chance of the man at square leg. Again, difficult chance of it well. It's pretty much off the middle. The hustling of the third and fourth team players going underneath after a good net session.
We weren't doing this, we'd
be playing
doing a
there.
bit of that. Definitely the wicket. Can they break this partnership? The scoring rate's just, that's a much better line length. The scoring rate's just started creeping up over the past few overs.
Coming up to the 50 partnership.
Who is? Hello. 2 drops.
I don't get dropped off yet.
Reminds me of Reece Tockley actually, this action.
Yeah, true.
Comes in and over the wicket again on the pads, and that's the danger of bowling with the left arm. It's that angle. If it's too straight, it's very easy for batsmen to work off the pads.
What was it?
It does certainly bring. If you can tail it back into the right hander, you'll bring LBW back into play nicely.
Yeah, and that's the advantage of the wickets. That
Sam
brings the edge.
Curran-esque, you would say, and that's like
Jerry,
showing
what play?
nicely back down the ground. Will that go for 4?
No, it won't.
Good fielding.
No. Oh, they thought about the
Nice
runs,
minutes.
but they didn't go for it. I wouldn't say it's Sam Curran. I'd say Sam Curran's a bit more of a
No,
busy action.
Yeah, no,
Slingy.
I'm not saying the action, I'm saying Sam Curran as in
What,
that's
it's a
what-
left arm
No,
ball?
well, no, that's what Sam Curran tries to do, is tail it back into the pads.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Ah,
if you
well, this
can.
will be interesting. Left-hander to left-hander.
Sherborne have taken a slip out as well, taken first slip out, just having a second slip in place.
And there's the play in the miss. They'll be hoping they can pin down that left-hander.
He's looked to play cut shot quite a lot so far in his innings. That on that occasion didn't quite work out.
Yeah, the cut shot's one which is difficult because with the horizontal bounce, if you get a varied bounce, it can very easily come off the bottom edge or the top edge. So that's something they've got to be wary of. And we haven't seen too many problems with the drive yet, but it'll be more interesting to see when we got the spinners
Outfield
on.
will be drying out as well. It's not really seeming like a threat of rain at the moment.
We say that, touching wood. The 50 partnership does come up.
Charlie.
It's been a good start for Clifton, and Charlie Wills is continuing. He's been bowling well so far. Maybe it's just to try and keep him on as a strike bowler to try and take a wicket out. And it's almost a sign of desperation that they're trying to keep him on to get that first breakthrough. Again, on the money with line and length. But I think the batsman will be quite happy just to see off Charlie.
Yeah, definitely. Sherborne's starting to still keeping up the volume levels in the outfield, but you can imagine they're just starting to get a bit more nervous as this partnership goes on. These two will really be able to accelerate.
Bowls, again clipped off the pad, they take a quick single, throw at the stumps. I think it would have been safe.
Yeah, would have been safe. Direct hit may be in trouble, but
He looked home.
yeah.
Who's on the bottom button?
Looking at that replay, seems to be
Shot
him.
my son. I actually got pass.
Coming around the wicket. Bowls driven. That's a good piece of fielding.
Running
To
chaps!
only restrict it to a single in the middle.
Might have got all the way to the boundary there, but I doubt it. Very slow. Those good fielding, that's the sort of runs that Sherborne are looking to save. Mentioned earlier, their fielding hasn't been quite up to scratch so far today, but that's a lot better. Charlie here really needing to get a wicket. That's full, driven nicely.
And well stopped.
Nature, I showed the track which I'm
They're on taking.
character.
That's sometimes how it goes. You middle a few drives, it gets straight to the fielder. Edge can maybe fly for 4.
Slightly more spread out now, the field. Sherborne.
We've been ahead of road.
Bowls, again, that good line, that good length. Just not yielding anything at the moment.
Be interesting to see if they do go with a little bit of spin shit soon.
You'd imagine if I was Rafe here, I'd put the spinner on, bowling down the hill, just get that bit of extra pace.
I know.
Bowls, that's too full, that's pushed.
Joey!
They'll take the second. And they were looking for the third, but it's a good piece of fielding to restrict it to 2.
That's why I didn't quite fully go.
Potentially Carl Smith, would you say? A spin option?
Yeah, certainly Carl Smith is a bit of a faster spinner. He'll look to fire it in a bit quicker. And I think that's really effective. In fact, it was Carl Smith who got out to a spinner in Pilgrims. Just a straight one, he tried to sweep and got it all wrong without plum. But I think that could be quite effective. Surprisingly effective on a pitch which you would think would favour pace bowlers a bit more. What I have noticed here is that Sherborne have taken their time between overs. Maybe they just get a good over and maybe just carry on that momentum by moving around the field quickly.
They're probably trying to figure out what to do
There's
bowling
a
wise.
discussion happening between the umpire and the referee. And now the batsman and the umpire. They know what's being said. Again, we do see a bit of a dominating field on the offside. Only 2 men on the leg side at the moment. There's the fine leg and square leg, and presumably mid-on.
Patrolling the cover boundary as well for that big drive.
Yeah, they put a sweeper out now.
Sherborne perhaps anticipating another up and run rate from these two. Been in for a while now. 55 for none.
So, Thomas to get to you. Comes in lefty to lefty. Again, that plan a miss, but the ball does die. Didn't carry.
Definitely slightly slur. As we saw, good carry from Charlie and Rafe through to Tom Rothery, but on that occasion, as you say, just.
I think it's something that both bowlers and batsmen will need to take into consideration is that, as well as this pitch is looked after by the groundsman, who's done a great job to get this pitch ready, it is going to maybe stick in the pitch for a couple of them.
Yeah, it might get worse later on as well. We'll have to see. That's a bit wider. Will be called a wide, yes it will.
Oh, Foster game's cancelled.
Charade on this.
Jeffy playing 32 over.
Sammy, you've got a girlfriend, right?
What's in the live stream there?
I hope you're not getting any secrets revealed on a Clifton live stream. I feel for that. So,
Really need to break this partnership now. It's a bit shorter.
there's an edge, and that
We'll
wasn't
run away
really a
for-
chance.
No.
Flew away.
Definitely not a chance for Tom taking that. That would have been unbelievable. Catch. They did have first slip in. I don't think he would have really got to that.
It carried
either.
very, very low. And it went through exactly that gap, bit of fortune, and it will just frustrate Sherborne that bit further. And this is where we sort of touch on the psychological aspect of the game, is that now they've got to find that mentality to come back and take a wicket. You've got to have your people who are very vocal in the field to speak up, keep the team going. That's full and driven.
So that's why they do have that sweeper over there.
Just a single. It is interesting. In whites, it's very difficult to tell who's who.
I think it is Tom.
It's Tom Yates
Yeah,
Smith.
it's Tom Yates Smith.
But Sherborne do have a few lanky people in the team, and he is one of them. With the classic long curtains, cap on.
Not a good look.
Oh no, I think it's fine. Look, it's just common. Whereas our outfits are very smart suits. You can actually see us on camera. We'll come in from over the wickets, full driven,
fuller.
and that's
Good
why you've got
feeling.
the short cover in.
Driven nicely. That's a real sign of confidence. Full face of the bat there. Nice. I think that was maybe Ollie Carl Smith that short cover usually does like to field in that.
32 or 39.
It's not a bad line if you can get him driving again. A bit short of that time. Worked off the pads. Bit of a hesitation and
It
misfield.
looks to be a misfield,
Yeah.
and once again that's cost Sherborne.
Again, releasing that pressure. That was a nice shot, but just should have been fielded pretty comfortably.
So that scoreboard's wrong.
And again, these just add up. We see an increasing amount of these. Final ball of the over. Oh, again, the play and the miss.
Always nice to finish an over well like that. Surely a change of bowling now, you'd think.
It looks like there is going to be a change of bowling. Might even consider Cam Golding for this.
Potentially.
Another spinner. but it does look like it will be Cam.
Yeah, I think
I
it is
believe.
Cam.
Keep it a little.
Yeah.
Oh, Nostradamus. It's very interesting. We've got a spinner coming up the hill.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how much this turns out. I'm definitely expecting.
Very
In the
able leg
Nets,
spinner.
obviously, who haven't played for a while, but they've certainly started to take some turn. I'm expecting more of the same here. Sherborne really do need a wicket now.
Well, I have seen Cam. He's a good leg spinner. He'll be looking to float it up the hill now. And Clifton have made a very nice start here. 62 for none.
Bowler's name, please.
Cam Golder.
Where is that? Is he right up?
Yeah.
Over?
Yeah.
Vena. I've done that. Looking at the field. Niche.
There will be a slippage. So naturally is.
It's a leg spinner.
Yeah, got a
So
sweeper out.
here we go. First ball.
Nicely floated up. Just
When did you go?
knocked him. That was a good start from Cam there. Sherborne certainly able to potentially. Nice and full. That'll
Well,
get one.
well.
Sherborne certainly able to put a little bit more pressure here. You would think able to get through the overs quicker. It's a nice shot though, really.
It does actually look like Cam's an off spinner. I
Yeah,
think
he
I've
is.
got
He
that
is an
wrong.
off spinner.
Apologies for saying he's a leg spinner. He's an off spinner. And now he's gone to the left hand, and this is where sort of your foot marks come in, because there are a few of them, even at this early on in the game, because the bowlers have been coming in hard. It's a soft pitch. You might be looking to aim at those. He comes in bowls, two straight swept down, two fine legs, and they'll come to two.
That's a short one. He just goes.
If he taps back. Or exactly for this. He's killing it.
I think next would play the reverse.
Tell you that, he's in a position.
It's an important match here.
Hit straight back at Cam. Again straight.
Nice and full from.
No real.
What you're a spinner? What length do you reckon you should be looking to bowl here?
This is a bit of a difficult pitch to bowl on as a spinner because it's a bit soft, it's not going to turn as much, which is why you want to use the pace more of spin. So I reckon a bit full,
Yeah, I reckon one of his action
but it's sort of your classic pitching on.
We haven't seen too much spin so far from that over from Cam. Not that he is a big turner of the ball, to be fair.
I think accuracy can sometimes be as effective, and that's a pretty accurate over there, got to go in too.
Two men straight. Is that Roman Brooks?
Needing a good over here from Thomas, who's started pretty averagely, economy slightly higher than you might expect. So
Thanks, Joey.
Driven nicely, but no wrong.
Like half a banana. A quarter of a banana.
I've had some interesting conversations
Third, I say.
going alongside us throughout the game.
3/8.
It's actually more forward. This is half.
Again, bit straight, I think that was off the
Yeah, I
pad.
think it might have potentially off the thigh pad.
See if the umpire sees leg bars. He's asked the batsman now if he's hit them. He didn't, so it is leg bars.
Touch fuller perhaps there.
Doesn't look to be a huge amount of swing. maybe
ball
touch
getting,
in towards the
ball
batsman.
getting older.
Now beginning to edge towards halfway in this innings.
Couple of helicopters just going over.
Where do you think they're bound for? No idea. The bases nearby. Quite a few. Sherborne does pride itself on a strong CCF experience. Thomas
Now they don't want to take a wicket.
puts that short wide and cut away. Will just be a single, but that's the sort of ball where it sets up on the batsman. So thank you very much.
Has liked to play. Has enjoyed that cut shot so far. The course for the innings.
87 days, 19 defending overall. We've got all this. No, 85, 87 days, 89 defending, 92 good, 90 bats. 86 was
Let's push.
Shake, boy, shake!
Rupert Thomas doesn't seem to get most of his speed through his run up. It's quite calm up to the crease. Perhaps gets
Sort of the Jasper Bumrah who
Yeah.
just trots up, Jofra Archer trots up and just sounds in. Not quite the same pace. He does generate a lot from rocking back
Yeah.
and then coming forward.
doesn't have the same elbow issues as Joffrey either.
No.
it's not like good commute. It's on the coach.
Dug into the pitch though, batsman just had to wait for that with Phillips.
And that shot certainly tucks up the batsman. I think he has very little chance of getting him out.
Yeah, difficult to pull on this bit as well. We did see a pull shot go for 4 early on,
Try and look to get it one round.
but it's very easy to miss.
The field's not set for a short game here. There's not sort of men out waiting for that top edge. So I think he was looking to push it full. And it will be Cam to continue. To the left hander. He bowls, driven off the back foot.
Hope for a little bit more turn, perhaps.
And
That's
that's
a
the
good
ball.
delivery. It's nicely bowled.
And
Good
it's
flight.
just caught the batsman in 2 minds there. As a spinner, you're always trying to make the batsman come forward. But as a batsman, you want to be playing on your back foot. It's where you hit your stronger shots.
Cam needs another one of those.
Keep but that is hit off the back foot.
Hey, matey!
Sweeper, just think
That's
single.
exactly what Sherborne really want to avoid. He's got a lovely delivery of the ball before Cam, just one slightly short of their batsman. Rocks back.
And that's something Sherborne has struggled with this season quite a lot. Even with their batting, hit a few good shots in there, that one shot which they just don't middle. That's the same with the balls they bowl. A few good balls and then that one ball just relieves the pressure.
That was a better delivery there as well. It'll be interesting to see if
See the
needs,
batsman
needs consistency.
using
Cam.
his feet a bit. Bit flatter delivery. They'll take the quick single.
Well, round, chaps!
Very good running on, especially on this pitch, a bit slower, difficult to get away. Rotation of strike very important, and something Phillips and Meadows have done well so far.
Hey, all!
No run there.
End of another over.
And this is the dilemma of the captaincy, is that Rafe now going to try and find something that works for him to get that wicket.
Yeah, I don't know whether it is worth. I think this might be Rupert's last over. Not that he's necessarily bowled badly, but just hasn't really looked like forcing the batsman to make a mistake really here.
Well, I think he's bowled well to the left hand. Yeah, certainly been a few plays and misses. But I think maybe turning to sort of his second change bowlers.
Yeah, maybe Tommy Smith might see an introduction to the can.
We do talk a lot about the potential of Tommy Smith, and he's been fighting the whole season to get a place in the first team, and he's there now. So he'll be hoping to get a good bowl in today.
You're hoping that
Punch
Sherborne
off the back foot.
get a wicket. Most people, that's much more failing. Throughout the stumps there, which I think was not necessarily needed.
Oh no, I think it's good if you've got a man backing up, you always pelt it in. Looks pretty cool. Clifton Smith now is being moved. Well, he's being moved because the left-hander on strike.
Home or away?
And this is the battle we were talking about, left-hander to left-hander.
Left-hand right in
He has been
combination as
troubling
well.
him a bit as he comes in bowled. Another play and a miss.
Another attempt at that.
Maybe
Cut
it's
shot
worth
as well.
keeping him on. Just because at this point Sherborne are pretty much willing to try anything to get a wicket.
That was a better delivery, slightly more balanced, a bit close to the left-hander there for that cut shot. He has liked to play that so far. One isn't.
I reckon your second division is probably
Bit Fuller. Another play and a miss. Bit of a half-hearted
Yeah, I was about to say half a peel from there from Sherborne, but
more out of desperation than expectation.
when Sherborne starts getting a lot of trouble here with these two batsmen going nicely, they'll look to accelerate soon. Lots of batsmen there.
I think once they get to that 100 partnership, they'll really try and start to pull out the shots here because they have 10 wickets in hand. They haven't got any troubles, and that full toss is exactly what they'll want. They do get away with it because it's up to the sweeper, but Sherborne can't lose that mentality and start bowling just wherever. Because we could be seeing a bit of a hit around where we could be seeing something in the region of 250 if Sherborne lose their line in length.
And that will certainly be tough to get on this pitch. I think.
Yeah.
Probably be 50 too many really for Sherborne. We wanted to.
And we've seen Sherborne struggle with chasers this season. We were talking to Mr. Tatham last week, who said he would always prefer to bat first, to set the tempo to the game. Sherborne are chasing here voluntarily, they didn't win the toss. There's the play and the miss.
The line slightly wider as well.
And I think Thomas and Charlie Wills have looked the most threatening bowlers. A few plays and misses.
Needing a wicket now. Sherborne's Fuller driven, squirted away really. Throw comes in, it's nicely backed up.
It's an inside edge there. Bit of a miscue, looking to drive it through covers. Ended up hitting it to mid-wicket.
Whenever I
You can see there are some Clifton players just in the back playing with a tennis ball.
He's gone from nowhere. He started like 40
As number 3, a lot of waiting around being done so far.
Yeah.
Of course, you can come in second ball of the game, or like this, the openers can build a partnership and they're still kind of hanging around, not really sure what to do. As that's
miscue. Yeah,
not the best shot selection there.
Got to find something to occupy you when you're waiting to come to bat.
You're of course usually an opener, but if you're batting through, what would you do? Would you have some throwdowns at the start, or would you just kind of...
I don't really like having
Yeah.
to down. This is just personal preference, but I just like to get in and start playing as soon as possible. Yeah, I can't really speak to playing at 3, but I imagine that you've got to be able to adapt quickly to a situation where you've either got to face a new ball and a bowler who's just taken the wicket first ball, or a bit of a tired bowler bowling with an older ball, as kind of squares him up, gets that edge towards slip, but it didn't carry.
Good delivery from Canby, impressed by his flight so far here.
And I think Sherborne haven't necessarily bowled badly, and especially here they're getting a few plays and misses. It's just that delivery again.
Yeah, exactly what you just said.
It's that poor delivery which just relieves all pressure on the batsman, and psychologically now the batsmen are on the front foot. And that drag down and pull for four.
Yeah, that kind of happened in more perfect time, exactly what you were just saying. It was easily pulled away, really. You know, good start to the over up until then.
Can you revert back to a good length again? Swept. But it's a good piece of fielding to prevent it from going for runs. Must be said, we aren't in the most ideal place for commentary. Lots of noise going around, but
Big
trying our
sight.
best. It's a good, just a bit of float on it.
Yeah,
Makes him wait for it.
definitely gave that one a little bit more air.
And that is the end of the over. 74 for none. So we approach the halfway stage of a Clifton innings.
Looks like, yeah, just coming off the drinks here.
So we're taking a drinks break. Sherborne will just use this time as sort of an IPL strategic timeout. I like to try and reassess their game plan. That's what they're doing at the moment. They're not bowling too badly. They've got some nice consistency, which has gone in patches. And Cam's developing a nice rhythm at one end, but it's just that one bad ball which leaves the pressure.
Tatum just strolling out to meet the players, feeling though perhaps be slightly dejected at the start. Not necessarily bowled badly, haven't had the luck that they might have perhaps deserved.
Looking at them, you can see they look frustrated. And I think what they'll be saying here is they're saying even those half chances which we've had, those misfields, can't let those slip. Because very early on, Sherborne could have had a wicket and this game could have ended up very differently.
Well, one brings two. So I feel could be relevant for this game here. Difficult surface, even though Mellors and Phillips have made it look pretty easy. It's tough to bat in.
It's also interesting to see having a look at the players' knees. They are very muddy, which shows that the outfield is soft and muddy, and the ball is going to, as we expected, it's going to hold up a bit, but the pitch might also deteriorate, which is why that sawdust is in place. Just got an indication there from Felix Mildover,
Yeah.
who's said he needs a wicket. As we expected, he said. He sort of gave a hand gesture that it's been an average performance. It's not been bad, not been good.
Yeah, well, luckily the run rate hasn't got away from Sherborne so far. If they do get a couple of quick wickets, they'll be right back in the mix. It'll be interesting to see if they got Ollie Clark-Smith or Tom Smith on to bowl in a minute.
Inversely, I think Clifton now will be saying, well, we have all these wickets in hand,
Yeah.
we have good solid base, let's start accelerating. We're almost halfway through the innings. I mean, if you set a trajectory now for Clifton's innings, they would end up around 160, around 170, but that's not where they'll be aiming. They'll be aiming for 200 plus on this pitch.
Yeah,
And that'll
Sherborne
be-
players just having a little bite to eat.
Well,
Much needed.
I envy them.
Yeah, I could do with.
Hopefully it'll give them a pick-me-up before they go back into the field and go again.
Not looking like there's too much rain around Sherborne so far, which is good. First game in a while, as we've mentioned.
Mr. Tatum's just optimistically said a wicket or two and we're back in the game.
Yeah, well, I feel like this is definitely the type of type of situation where the batsmen really do not want to go off for a drinks break and the bowlers desperately.
And there you can see the scorecard. Ollie Meadows has made a good start at 39 of 57, not necessarily the fastest in England in the
Well, I
world.
mean, I'd say that's a perfect strike rate for this type of pitch, this scenario, 40 over again.
Sherborne's bowlers haven't had the impact they'd like to have. We've had some good balls, we've had some pace and misses, but an overall lack of consistency which has let the batsmen get into their game and bed in has meant that Clifton currently sit on 74 for 0 of 18. Sherborne now face the second half of the innings, which will be interesting to see how much they change their plan. But overall, you'd much rather be a Clifton player right now.
There's the players just coming out onto the pitch again. Sherborne definitely hoping for the breakthrough.
Will it be Rupert Thomas to continue? Looks like he's got the ball in hand.
He's bowled 4 overs, so potentially might be his last one.
So, will Clifton go right from the off? Will Sherborne get a wicket right after drinks? That's what they'll be hoping.
Has bowled better against the left-hander. It is the right-hander on strike. Yeah, the Phillips on strike. He's really looked to drive Rupert Thomas through the cover. It'll be interesting to see if that happens again. On the pads and flicked away confidently, but no run.
That's a better line. Just drifting it across the batsman. He's got to play that difficult angle.
Just short enough where it's hard to drive as well.
And that's where he could draw the edge.
I'll read out t-shirt.
So he continues bowling down.
Oreos. If there's some there, yeah, I'll get you some.
Ooh, and there's the pen miss.
Pen miss a lot wider there.
That's the one where I'm just trying to drive. And that's where he'll be looking to land it now.
Yeah, felt like he did slightly pull out of that drive almost. Started going for it and just more left it alone towards the end. That's the line. Needs another good delivery here to ensure he doesn't release the pressure. And it's a nice delivery. Good fielding by Carl Smith.
pad, no run.
Looking like we'll be Cam to continue again.
Oh, I'll be I'll touch stuff.
Maybe the positive Sherborne take from this is that if their openers can do it, so can ours.
You know, that has been a tendency this season for Sherborne batsmen to get a decent start and not convert. These two got very, very good starts and will be looking to both convert into 50s.
Oh,
That's nicely bowled by Cam, slightly slower.
again just squaring the batsman up a bit. Again a bit of drift, encourages the batsman to drive straight to the fielder.
Misfield again, but luckily no issue.
Toss up again, this time on the full toss, just a single out to the sweeper.
Yeah, just wants to drag that length back a bit, giving it a lot of air, but just needs a bit shorter where he's squared the batsman up a bit.
Go on, Shane.
This time for the right hander, a bit flatter to the right hander, fired in a bit more quick.
Yeah, a bit of a missed time as well. Pop that, but bit of pressure they were building. This is good for Cam, a bit quicker again.
The dress notes weird, isn't it? Oh, sure.
Punched off the back foot towards the sweeper, another single taken. That is the over. It's not a bad over, but again, very comfortable.
Yeah, barring that early chance, as we mentioned, they haven't looked to be in great trouble, Meadows and Phillips. Looking like it will be, well known, potentially a bowling change. We're just discussing with the umpire. I'm assuming they're seeing how many overs he is allowed to bowl and whether he will have another one.
May even be looking at the ball. Might be clearing mud off the seam.
Yeah, change of ball could be exactly what Sherborne need right now, but no, it seems fine. And it will be Thomas to continue.
Push off the back foot, no run taken. We haven't seen a dramatic increase in run rate since the drinks.
No, they were just trying to settle back down again. Maybe they'll go if they, as you said earlier, reach that 100 punch. Not really particularly need to go at it that hard. They've looked very comfortable. Run rate's not bad. They can certainly pick it up towards the end and push over that 200 mark. Thomas bowls a lot straighter this time. Blocked and he picks it up with his own bowling.
Clipped off the pads into the leg side. Now think about 2, but in the end, good piece of fielding limits it to the single.
Another chance for Thomas to have a go at the left-hander who has seemed to favour bowling at. See if he can entice that cut shot again, potentially play and miss, hopefully next one.
He does struggle to play the miss straight away.
Does look to play that cut shot.
Sherborne will be seeing this as an opportunity. If there's one avenue where they've looked like they've got a wicket, it's that left-hander into left-hander batting. So they'll be hoping to get something out of this. And he comes again, bowls another player to miss.
Just died off the surface again there.
And it's not even that full swinging length that we talked about, sort of testing the batsman's edge. It's that cut shot, which is a bit shorter, a bit wider, which he's not quite finding at the moment. And that can very easily flick off the edge to the keeper. Again, and this time he confidently drives past the sweep.
Is that the actual score? Is that? It's not that. What?
So we reached the halfway mark in
No, school's up
the innings.
where the
It's been a good first half for Clifton. They've built a good basis for what looks to be a stage where they'll begin to accelerate. Chopin's done extremely well.
That break we thought might bring a wicket straight after it for Sherborne. It just hasn't really looked like doing so. It again looks comfortable. Cam has bowled nicely and he will come again. I'm assuming potential change of bowling. Thomas has bowled 6, I think now. A bit tossed up again, just slightly missed time to drive.
Tossed up, again goes to the drive, slight miscue. They'll take the single and they'll think about 2. It would have been tight coming back in a second. It's probably wise to turn down the single.
The best side was the one I say for the first pitch. Yeah. At the bottom. Yeah, at the bottom.
Yeah, certainly. Clifton much happier with this start. Be interesting to see how they attack the second half of their innings here. Interested to see if Sherborne will be able to pick up some wickets, which they're in desperate need of right now. As that's just defended back down the ground and we will field again for Sherborne.
Seriously? Yeah. I had the one, so I just come into the car park, go round and white and along the left. I was the one doing the car park, so really.
That's shorter, pulled. Again, mistimed, and they should get a couple looking. And they do.
Again, I think that's gone straight to the sweeper. Maybe Sherborne will be hoping to restrict that to just the single.
Walk down to the
Just single this time.
Then you will small. Oh, you eat your food in like a really like 2 separate. You will really well.
So, as both batsmen approach 50.
Shot, lads!
Clifton.
Shot, boys! And it does. Nice sweep shot there. Been looking to do that potentially for a little bit of time, just assessing Cam.
That one a bit shorter again. It enables him to move on to 46 now.
No, but that's what main school is.
He's closing in on the 50. Clifton closing in on the 100.
Both of them probably deserving of 50s. They both batted really nicely.
And Clifton will want to utilise this good start as much as they can, try and accelerate the run rate, which is under 4 at the moment.
Yeah. That was so nice.
Yeah.
Try and get that up.
Looks like it's going to be Thomas to continue again.
Well, as we were talking about, he has trouble in that left-hander.
Yeah, definitely. That could be part of it.
Although he will start by bowling to the right-hander.
Yeah.
Cam's bowled relatively economically as well. Shev haven't necessarily leaked too many runs, as you mentioned. Run rate isn't necessarily climbing, it's just more the wickets. The longer you go without taking the wicket, the easier it'll be for Clifton to accelerate and really amass a decent score.
Again, drifting across, and it's just paid a miss.
Yes, bowled again. It's that wider line to both players actually. To the left-hander where he entices the cut, and there to the right-hander who's thinking about driving, but doesn't really, just poking at the ball really.
Well, at the end of the day, plays and misses a wicket. And Sherborne do need that wicket badly. So they'll be looking to keep it. Right, first pecking there from Tiff Austin, who is not an avid cricket player, not an avid
Well, he likes to think
sportsman
he's
in general.
talks about playing cricket and zero to Paul Regis, but we haven't seen his abilities really.
Yeah, I know. I can probably guess what they are. Probably not up to the standard of Sherborne's bowlers. Having said that, hasn't been so successful today.
We're going to absolutely jolly there.
Touch shorter there.
They had a go. And
Touch shorter, just slightly quicker, bit more pace.
what thought about the single there? And there was just a second where he thought there might be a chance of it, but in the end, through the wrong end. Again, not sure about the quality of conversation going on. It involves
Much
bit of
for
slow,
that.
it's a great stop.
Fantastic stop.
Still a single, but it's a fantastic stop. You can't quite see on live streams with Veronica Smith that short extra cover has just pulled off the full diving stop to stop that from going to the fence.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun. Now here to the left-hander, you feel he's got two men in the left. As Meadows nearing 50. Go for it.
He does nail the cut.
Yeah, it does like playing that. Just rocks onto the back foot, pushing it through. Just a pointer. One run closer to that.
Full toss. Another good piece of fielding.
Yeah, he does like to throw himself around in the field.
Yeah.
That's a reasonably successful over. I think 3 off it. Probably the end of his spell. I mean, I don't know. Potentially might be bowled through if they decide to give him one.
He has bowled 7 now.
So potentially might give him another one. Slightly pointless to come on the back end first mode, maybe. But we'll see how Rafe decides to go about.
Keeper's helmet is going on, so it is calm to continue.
The Delhi one. The Delhi one.
I feel like that. My casual.
Ava don't know I say very
It's the big one.
Cam to continue again here. Gives that one a lot more air. Very, very nice shot there.
Uses his feet a bit.
Phillips, he'll get 3, doesn't quite go to the boundary.
Ahmed 50 not out. Ash 50 then out.
Ash got 50.
Yeah. Got out.
Who's it now?
Ahmed and Pants.
Yeah, Kelly, another second one. That was the other one.
Thing is, he actually doesn't have it. Thing is this way.
Wait, let me show you.
I'm going back.
Probably to the left hander now. They've had a bit more success to the left hander. Although they still haven't got his wickets.
They've been on holidays to school. But we stayed in the staff accommodation.
Rocks onto that back foot.
Really disappointed to have missed out on that.
Too short for Cam Newton.
Water bottle 5 times a walk. Wild Roddies or Atlantis. Atlantis or Wild Roddies.
Just potentially the quicker one here from Cam, and it is the quick one. Right, nicely. Sounds like a good stop from the praise in the field. We can't see because of the sight screen blocking our view.
Yards, water was.
And 17s.
Dragged down again, and this time he hits it hard again.
Got
Got
a
a sweeper.
Got away with a few here, Cam. Just bowling a little bit too short.
Really looks
Over the right hand, he will be able to trouble a little bit more as he comes again up that hill. That's a lot better. A bit fuller. Gives the ball a bit more air. Just advanced down the wicket slightly, perhaps. Just trying to rotate the strike.
Came down looking, didn't quite get it. Oh, it slipped on his way back in the
No, he was 50 of course. What do you want? He ran that one, right?
So all floating like, are we going to get this hill or not? So get the hill all chill.
And it looks like that could be the end of Cam because the helmet's coming off.
Maybe Yates might finally get a ball.
It looks like he is.
Looking like he might, yeah.
Been waiting a long time. He's been waiting 24 overs for the same game. We bigged him up quite a
Sherborne
bit.
really do need to
He comes in now
make an impact here.
and gets a wicket that will raise the rate. So, next bowling change.
That's what that's the hippos were calm so far away, but if they were close, they would actually fine. It's gone.
Got a bit of a wait for something here. Not sure
Yeah, I think
quite
it's
what
a
it is.
helmet. Yeah, they took the helmet off. I don't know what they're
There
looking
is
for
another
one.
helmet on the pitch. Maybe they're looking for a cloth to clean the ball. Just looking at the
Someone
ball
might
from,
have-
from here. It looks
Someone might have spat on it, maybe.
fairly new. Well, not spat directly on it. Using either to shine the ball. Something's being done. Difficult to tell what they're looking for.
There's one of them, right? There's the balcony on the and there's the
You can see 2000 while she's practicing his spinners.
Not sure that he'll be called on to bowl. I would be surprised.
Well, at this rate,
Yeah, it could be anything.
Sherborne look pretty
Tom
desperate.
just warming up his action here. Definitely do need the breakthrough.
This is, he bowled, might have been a couple of overs ago, he bowled just that tiny spell against Claysmore, which they annihilated Claysmore's batting order. He's only bowled that for the first so far, so this is his first proper test. Sherborne are in a position which they wouldn't want to be in, and he's been called upon to try and make that breakthrough. And this is an opportunity I'm sure he'll relish.
Yeah.
Is to try and take it to the batsman. He will be bowling straight up to the left-hander, who is
He's going around the wicket as well, which is what I would like him to. Tom Yurtsmith.
Cheers.
Are those overs right? 23.
How many overs is it? So, how long did it strike for? Yeah. Is it 10 days to 12 days?
I think it's
so.
Which says name was
Here we go. The highly awaited
Tom Yurtsmith.
comes in bowls and it hits the batsman on the back pad straight away.
24.
Yeah, good start from Tom's. Obviously, shorter run.
Said very tall bowler, lanky as
Lanky, as they say.
I wasn't entirely convinced.
Does he remind you of as a bowler?
it's just too short on that occasion. Might get a couple if they do.
Good match, mate.
Mellors. I'm sure you've heard the applause during his 50 up there. Very well deserved. He's batted.
Which is not actually what the
He's
live
batted
stream
very
says.
nice.
The live stream still has him on 48. So that may be a preemptive celebration.
No, he was on.
They like scoring.
He is on video.
Yeah, not we took a step back to the thing right there on the screen.
There we go. That's now show 50.
Yeah.
Smith again, that's full at that time. Just draw the drive.
And it's landed safe.
No, potentially, by Tom's reaction, potentially dropped even.
No, it just fell short at Felix.
Yeah, Tom certainly thought he should maybe better effort.
But didn't land in his gap.
Disappointed.
Maybe fielders have got to start more on their toes. But I mean, it's not been a bad start. It's been a bit mixed. He's got a couple in well, and that one just down the leg and will be called as a wide. Maybe quite harsh as a wide. Certainly played and missed it. It wasn't a dramatic wide by any means.
Yeah.
It's been a fiery start. That one again is wide and it's been called. You can see he's a bit frustrated at that one being called
Yeah, I
wide.
think that.
We're going to look at it again.
Yeah,
No, I'd say that. I think he's more irritated about that potential start. Just maybe that's a better
Driven
line.
on up.
Maybe take a bit of time at the end of his run just to calm himself down.
And I think I reckon it's a borderline call. It could have been called either way, so that will just add to his frustration. Clifton
Goes for the cut again and does.
That's a good piece of fielding there. A cover to stop that from
Yeah, it looks
sweet, like he hit that nicely. Just got a bit short from Tom.
he picks up his jumper and hat and goes to them. We did see the helmet being taken off, as you said earlier, so I wonder if it will be time to continue or whether there'll be a new bowl.
No, it will be Cam to continue. Maybe he's calling for a different helmet. He's wearing a different
that might
helmet.
That might have been the reason. Cam has bowled 6 here. We saw Rupert Thomas taken off after 7 overs, so it could be Cam's last. He might have a couple more. Do you think it should be Ollie Carl-Smith from Cam's end, another spinner, or what would you do?
Well, I think at this point, Sherborne are looking for any bowler who can help them take a wicket. It's an uppish drive and have a sling at the bowler's end to make that frustration. Yeah, I'd certainly give them a go. I mean, now the bowlers yielded success, but I think you might want to revert back to your original bowlers at some point to see if they can.
Yeah, well, of course they don't have
short. It's up in the air, but it will land safe, and it will go for and that's the danger of going too short as a spin bowler. Is that and leaving that cow corner vacant, which is where the batsman wants it to. Could well be. Short again, goes in the same area, a bit flatter this time, and the fielders move round. It'll be 2 runs.
100 up as well, incidentally, for Clifton.
We are trying our best to keep the volume as well as possible, but it is difficult with a whole team sitting next to us. So apologies if
microphone as well.
We can't hear. We're talking into a camera microphone, not an actual microphone. As that's short again and hit out to the sweeper for a single. And I'd say there's a bit more attacking intent. That shot over cow corner was certainly a sign of intent. And they'll be looking to continue that way. And if the spinner continues from up the hill, it's certainly someone they'll look to target. We'll see what
Cam
Phillips has to do.
on that one.
He sweeps and it's gone straight through everyone. It's missed everything.
Called it wide by the umpire as well.
Oh, that's harsh wide. I'm guessing it must be a leg side wide. Everything on the leg side must be called a wide, but for that to be called a wide is gone under his best, if anything. So the umpires are not in the mood for messing around.
No.
Comes in again, and he goes to sweep again, hits him on the pad, and no danger of that ever hitting the stumps.
Yeah, just missed out on that sweep that time. Right-handed hand strike for Cam Swallow at Phillips as well, nearing his 50.
So again, that flat, short delivery
is his 50 up.
And as you can probably tell, that's 50 up for Phillips as well.
Both batsmen now on 50. Interesting to see what they do for this final 15 overs of the innings.
Well, now 14 overs. But yeah, you would expect them to go a bit more T20 than this. You've got 10 wickets in 14 overs, unlikely to all fall. So I think definitely now is the time where they should really...
Do you reckon aiming for more like as near to 250 as possible?
I think 250 is probably beyond them at this point. But I reckon 200 maybe.
Yeah, it just doesn't feel like they've particularly had to push. They look very, very comfortable.
Maybe Sherborne now, they've got to the stage where wickets aren't necessarily as important as a factor because they haven't taken any and there are little overs left. So maybe down to sort of damage limitation here where they just try and restrict the run rate, bowl death balls, but that's very nicely bowled by Smith.
I'd like to see Sherborne mixed up a little bit more actually. Haven't bowled many cutters, haven't bowled many slow deliveries. They just really relied on their stock ball. The spin option of Cam Golding hasn't necessarily worked so far, so I'd like to see Tom maybe throw a few leg cutters here.
Just had for a quick single. And we talked about how those quick singles are very useful and handy first up to get the batsman rotating, get some runs on the board. But now we're sort of getting to that stage where you want to stop clipping off your pad and start going for it a bit more. And in Sherborne's
There's
eyes,
certainly space on the square leg band.
I think that'll work. That's where they'll be looking on the leg side, but he's bowled on the offside. It's again just straight to the sweeper, just the single.
A bit more bounce, Tom, than most bowlers, so batsmen tending to play most of these shots on that. So maybe a bit fuller here from Tom. Tap down.
And that's an attacking shot. And that will go for 4. And there you see the first real shot with intent that is very much an attacking shot.
Yeah, it's too short there from Tom. There is space over there and nicely put away.
With no man really on the leg side boundary, they'll be looking for that one that sits up and he goes again. And this time it will be cut off. Pops up and it's
Good feeling in the boundary.
slinged into the keeper. Just 2 off that, but again a good over. Starting to push on a bit now. It's 8 off that one. And 119 for none off 27. Meadows on 53, Phillips on 57. Again, just over 4.5 and over, which is not too bad for this position in the game, but I think with the wickets, with the lack of wickets, they might have wished to have been going a bit more than that.
Yeah, well, certainly that over the shoulder to accelerate just a little bit more. Presumably they're going to continue to do that. They're not going to go back into their shell. Yeah, it's certainly going to be an interesting period in the game. Seems to have got a little bit darker around the upper
Yeah,
as
there
well.
has been a large cloud which has sort of drifted over. Isn't raining yet. Having said that, you never know.
Will be
Can't
coming again.
You do notice that he flicked it a lot more to the left than right hand.
It's only just drifting it into the left-hander quite nicely. It hasn't yielded a wicket as of yet. But will be a bit of hesitation, but they will go.
2 boys have just walked in front of the side screen instead of behind it for some reason. Those 2 boys being George Smith and Charlie Hawkes.
That's very poor. We'll tell them off later.
No regard for the game.
Yeah.
Well, again, outside of Davey played. He went for the single, have a go at the bowler's end, he gets back in time. And that's really the most troubled we've seen the batsmen is those
early chance,
those run-outs.
Tom Rotherham drops proving to be very, very costly indeed. Obviously a difficult one if you didn't see it diving to his right hand side. But yeah, it's a big miss now.
Down the pitch, driven to the stumps.
Yeah.
It's a bit of an appeal.
Yeah, if Camera got a touch on that, you never know.
Have a look at that. Batsman's out with. Oh, I got back in time. Didn't get anywhere near it then, Cam, so cannot be out. But this is where we might see an attacking shot or 2.
Yeah, just feeling like they start to accelerate and they
Flicks
have
it into the leg side, they do run the quick signal.
Yeah, that just shows there these two have been in for long time, it's still difficult to time the ball properly. Just looking to go over the mid-wicket region really.
This is short and it's hit out to the sweeper on the bounce.
I don't think he picked that up as well as he might have. Good shot again, just too short there from Cam. That's his full 8 gone, so will be a bowling change. Who would you like to see back or someone new?
I think Ollie would be, Carl Smith would be a
agree.
good selection here. Cam finishes with 0 for 36 off 8.
Yeah, potentially I'd have a look at Ollie Carl Smith changing ends to Cam, potentially putting Ewart Smith up the hill, and Ollie from this end, just see if there's a little bit more spin.
Quality humour.
Turns around.
And it is Ollie Carl Smith up the hill.
It's getting down the hill.
Down the hill, I mean.
Is that Ollie Carl Smith?
Yeah.
Oh, I missed it.
Really let him go.
Yeah.
It's coming over the wicket to start. It's dragged down and that should be punished for 4 overs.
Let's go for 2 short. Cam has been a little bit short so far today. That was certainly too short.
Well, it's just that one loosener,
Yeah.
which we'll be hoping will not happen again. But it is a very risky game to play. Bowling is dragged down on the leg side.
Keeping the sweeper, or just trying to move him round, potentially board him a little bit square up.
A bit fuller this time and whipped off the pad. I'll
Should
look
get
for 2 here. And
Get it. Very nicely played. You can see hear the applause in the background.
and
Good runs.
a bit of encouragement from the outfield as they look for some sort of motivation to drag them back into this game now. He bowls again a bit too short and just tapped into the leg side. Or they'll take a single.
Potentially a couple if they probably worked that with good fielding. Only just trying to sort his field out here, not quite comfortable so far.
Now he's going to the right hander. Wind has just picked up a bit here. So he bowls again, short drag down, hits into the leg side. Just a 1 to sweep up.
Uppish again, ball slightly stopping on the back from there, it looked like.
Just not the length you'd be looking to bowl.
Yeah, he really does want to entice that drive as he moves. I think it's Rory Parnell. Back to deep mid-wicket boundary ready, so
Tosses it up this time. And they'll take the run, throw at the stumps.
good fielding, but they do scrape through.
The throw.
It's difficult, see, right hand, left hand combination the whole time. They've rotated strike very nicely. Phillips and Meadows, so that's short again,
in the air.
it's down the ground. It will land safely though, and they turn for a couple.
And it's cut off before the fence. They think about the third. The throw's a bit wayward, but they just limit it to 2.
Hi boys. Which one's ours? Is that one ours? Is that one yours?
That one was on.
What are you streaming it on anything or just?
No, I think we'll just do it. I think it's just yours.
Do you do like post game analysis?
Not really sure.
Attracting quite a crowd here. Yeah. A few people.
That's it. I'm just trying to figure out what they're going to do here.
We're approaching the last 10 overs now. How many do you reckon you're going for off the last 10?
I mean, I reckon these two both set, batsman back in the shed. I'm looking to get as close to 10 over as possible, really.
100%.
Who's this ball?
Who's Brian?
I think you'd be disappointed to get under 200 with this current score.
Yeah. Yeah, I can certainly eat some.
Actually, the bowler.
So,
It's Charlie
yeah, I
Wills.
think it is Charlie. Yeah, Charlie Wills.
So Sherborne going back to opening bowlers. And well, about 20 overs ago you would have been hoping that they'd have taken a couple of wickets by now.
Yeah, I'm desperate. Need one here.
So it was not bowled too badly, certainly looked the more threatening of the opening bowlers. He's 0 for 19 off 6. Certainly good economy wise, but like every other bowler today, no wickets.
Yeah, Sherborne.
Oh, we look to have a change. It looks to be Tommy Smith who's
Tommy.
coming up the hill. It's an interesting change.
Yeah, well, I did think that they might change. I did think they might change the side that he was bowling there.
Here he goes then, guys. No run. They are looking to push those runs though. He's got the funny movement of when he comes through, that head goes down.
Yeah. Tom Smith.
If he gets a caught and bowled shot, he could well be hitting the head.
Yeah,
Because he doesn't look at the ball when it's...
Yeah, it is interesting that actually.
Just look again, it just goes down. Just sort of
It's
drags
driven
down. This should be the
up-ish.
first... Oh, it's fallen safe.
Wait, is this you at Smith or Wills?
Yeah, Smith.
Frustrating.
Yeah, frustrating. It's been that kind of day for Sherborne so far. Nothing
Yeah, there's
really
been a-
falling into place.
There's been a few which have sort of dropped safely in gaps. There's been a few dropped catches. There's been a few misfields. There's been a few run-out opportunities. It's just been one of those days, and they really are trying to attack now.
Come on, man!
As that one goes for 4.
Pulled very nicely to the boundary there.
Oh, mate, how you not? You got 20 or 7?
You got 27? That's so big.
So there is a clear attacking intent now as Smith comes in, and that's a beautiful ball. It's just played and missed at it. Touch of a way swing from the batsman's outside edge.
Yeah, we've seen that a little bit. I've seen that a little bit today. Especially from Charlie earlier on, if they get it to Nick Boy. It's Tom, and again looking for angles down the leg side, appeal, half appeal. Certainly more out of desperation. I don't think that was.
Not given a wide this time, whereas
I think he might have flipped the pad potentially.
very good take from Tom Rotherham behind, just one-handed.
Flip the pad on the way through, that's why Sherborne appeared as Tom.
And that's flicked away now, and that will be 4.
It's not the line that he should be bowling there, Tom. It's just too short.
Yeah, short on the pads, just sits up nicely, and there's no one out there at square leg who could stop that. So It's going to be 4 every time they make connection with that. Meadows now on 73, Phillips on 59. Very much the chance of a century here if he plays correctly. You can see that we've been watching the number 3 who's been waiting by the boundary for quite some time. He's sort of been padded up for 30 overs. He's been waiting. So here we go, the last 10 overs, and this is where you'd expect Clifton to really accelerate and push on. 60 balls to really try, and Billy was saying about 10 and over, that would give them 100 off the last and leave them with 240, which would be an excellent score on this pitch.
It really would be good. I think Sherborne would certainly find it tough to chase that down. Cosmith, I feel like that's what the batsmen will be having a conversation about in the middle as well. But Cosmith,
sort of the old classic. We've got Wickets in the hutch.
Yeah. Cosmith certainly wants to be fuller, trying to entice the drive.
No, sure. Has hit 20 off 7 balls.
Well, they go out.
Yeah. Apparently he tabled the first 2 round. And he's hit a 4.
Got hit for 9 off his first over, so not the best of starts. And a few drag down short deliveries, which he'll be looking to eradicate in this over. But
He's bowling to the right-handed now, though his last over was to the left-handed Meadows. So it'll be interesting to see if he can get a wicket here.
Slip taken out.
Yeah.
So there's a clear sort of death bowling idea now where they'll just try and restrict the runs. That's more like it. No run.
No third man in place either, so reverse sweep if it's in the locker is an option.
Ambitious.
Cosmith turns quickly on his mark.
Toss up again. Caught on the full. Out to the sweeper who's... And there's an appeal now for a run out. Not given out. We'll have a look on the replay here. Now the umpire is actually standing in front of the stumps. Ooh.
Oh, Phil!
It's close. Looked like he was in. Didn't run the bat in as well as he could have done.
Good throw.
Yeah. It's kind of a little too late.
Cosmith over the wicket to the left-hander here, which is interesting. This was what he struggled with last over. He just dragged it down a little bit and needs to be outside off stump.
There's men on the leg side boundary now though, and that's what he's targeting. It's just over the man in mid-on who's been brought up and Parnell collects, and they'll come back for 2.
Just over Rafe O'Brien's head. It just hasn't really fallen Sherborne's way so far.
Well, I think it's maybe a way that they can get a wicket here. He's going to target the leg side, and there are now men out on the leg side, but that's a dot ball, a play and a miss.
Another attempt at the cut shot.
That's better than nature's. No, it's loud.
Parnell's been sent back to the boundary. He was creeping forward there, and that could well be called a wide ball. As they scramble a quick single and signalled a bye actually.
Can you stop shaking the bench?
This time it is a full toss and there is the reverse sweep. Not entirely gone to plan.
Might reach the boundary.
They'll take 2.
Given
He's actually missed it.
Yeah, given his blind. That was certainly an interesting shot selection. Would it be Tom Smith to continue?
It's bowling one last over.
They were finished.
And convert the 2 last ball.
That is Tom.
On a wet one. Not on a wet stick.
Can you?
Get me up there, mate. I'm going 200.
Offside dominated the field. Sherborne do continue with. Tom needs to be accurate here. Should be looking to go full, and that is full. Driven down the ground. Good fielding it. And on they go from him. But comfortably make it through.
Interestingly, which you can probably see, there's a bottle of hand sanitizer near the stumps.
Oh, Rainer!
If they throw it at something that hits the hand sanitizer, then there could be a bit of
Yeah, it could be interesting.
controversy there.
I travelled 2 hours.
Approaching 150 now, Clifton. And there's the attacking shot. It's up in the air, but again it just lands safe. They'll push for the second, but they won't get it.
And Tom irritated there. Understandably, I guess. Clifton, these two have been in for a while, starting to mistime a couple now, but it's just not really falling in the right place.
He is bowling at a time where the batsman will attack him, so his economy is a bit high at the moment. And that's up in the air again.
Oh,
That's a good shot.
That's a good shot.
Yeah.
They'll come back for 2.
Shot boy.
The umpires to move out the way of that one.
Who's on top?
Leclerc. And he crashed. Hamilton's P7. Some Baywatch go
And that's sat up. This should be caught. It's gone up in the air. It's the man on the fence. And it doesn't look like it has been taken.
Yeah, we can't really tell you whether it was dropped or whether it fell short. Not much of a reaction from the fielders, so I'm assuming it just fell short.
But this is a good chance for him to try and take a wicket, although he is getting attacked. And that's just fended down, and there's a chance for a run out, but they won't take it.
Oh, Mets can turn up here. Rainer, what's going
I think
They're signalling for a drink.
some water there, yeah.
Got 8 overs left after this ball. Short bang
Wide, and Field's going to have a lot of work.
Felix
to
Northover's
field time.
chasing around to get
Oh, he
it.
does well.
Looks like he's done well for it. It's a good piece of fielding there.
Very good bit of fielding. Big dive, gets a nice bit of mud in his whites for the trouble. Drinks coming out for the batsman here. They've done very well, much needed at that.
There's the drinks break. Clifton 153 for none, well 155 for none off 32. That over they've taken 8, they haven't hit a boundary. Those 2s are really racking up. Meadows has moved nicely on to 82 off 98, whereas Phillips sits on 61 off 94. But that run rate still sits under 5. Sherborne will feel now if they can just limit the run rate until the end of the innings. Anything under 230, 220, they'll be positive in their chase. They feel like they can chase it.
Yeah, the wicket's a big concern then. A 40 over game. You don't expect to get to this stage and haven't taken a wicket yet, but that's the case.
Will be Ollie Carl-Smith to continue down the hill. We've got, as I've said, the crowd was developing early. We've got some tennis players, we've got some cricket players, we've got some people from the girls.
Hard when it comes off. They'll take all the momentum in, and I feel will win the game comfortably if Sherborne can just take a couple of wickets, reel the run rate back in. The game could swing more on their balance.
Just go in.
Short, drag down hit, straight at cover. It's one they'll feel they're missed out on.
Yeah. The field has spread out, got 4 on the boundary at the moment.
Turns quickly, this one's a bit fuller. Again, no run.
So this, I thought it was just stereo.
A little frustration from the batsman there.
I thought we were counting little stereo.
Yeah. Deep, long off, deep cover.
Bowls. This one's almost just a seam ball.
Well, could be a couple, and it is a couple.
Yeah.
Nicely worked into the covers, well placed.
You want to do something?
Attempted sweep hasn't quite come off there.
That's been called a wide. Again, a very harsh wide. In that it's practically gone under the bat. So I have to keep it on the offside. And we have our first wicket, which has come after 32.4 overs. Extensive, but Sherborne finally do have one. It's Phillips. He's batted very well.
Yeah,
Sort of played the
long last,
anchor
really
role
good innings.
in this innings. Not necessarily the one who's been accelerating, but he finishes on 63. So, Carl Smith finally breaks the breakthrough for Sherborne by bowling Joe Phillips with 63. Now, it's going to be interesting to see number 3, Will Nash, who's coming in with the smallest part of the innings to go.
Yes, certainly will be interesting to see how he goes about it.
He's got to go straight away.
Yeah, he has to go. Obviously, Meadows not too far away. Meadows not too far away from his century here, so you would think Nash has to take the attacking role.
An extensive round of applause for him. Extremely helpful when doing commentary, but a good innings nonetheless. But Clifton's still in a good position here.
Yeah, very, very good position.
Sort of one of those, I don't know how much of it bounced, but it's just one of those good balls which you get at times. But here we'll see a continuance, and that's a nice ball to get when you're trying to get underway. He's just eased it down to third man, they'll get a couple of runs.
Certainly a big wicket from a Sherborne point of view there, although so late on in the game. Brings a new batsman to the crease, a bit of energy in the field.
Maybe they're hoping for a good last few overs here when they can take a few wickets, peg them back a bit.
Well, scoring hasn't accelerated as much as I thought it might.
And that's short and wide, which is almost the Marnus Labuschagne bounce that we see.
Yeah, not perhaps given the full treatment there, but a good over for Sherborne, a good over for Ollie Carl Smith.
Just the 5 off it, the 6 off it.
Will it be Tommy Smith to continue is the question. Hasn't bowled badly so far.
Or do you bring back one of your starting bowlers with the
Well,
new
I
batsman?
can't remember how many they've got left. I think they've got 1 each, maybe 2.
Well, Charlie Wills was going to bowl one of his last earlier, but got taken off for Tommy Smith. Looks like they're having a bit of a consultation here.
Who would you bowl?
I like the way that Tom was bowling. I think maybe even down the hill I quite like him with that extra bit of bounce. And I think he was drawing the outside edge quite a few times.
Yeah, certainly towards the end when he pitched it up, a bit of away swing, making the batsman played it.
They seem to have made a decision, and it will be Charlie Wills to bowl.
Yeah, important that Sherborne don't let it get away from them here. They don't want to let the field out too much and give away some easy 2s.
Is this you at Smith?
It's Will.
Well, he is bowling to the new batsman here, Charlie Wills. And can he make an instant impact? As he comes in to bowl. He's down to third man again. It's quick, he'll come back for 2. I think he's just played a couple of shots now where he's just judging the bounce. He's guided it, no real force in the shots. We could well go on the attacking route here. Looks like a player who knows what he's about. And areas to target here, you've got Cal corner. There is no one currently at fine leg.
Yeah, which is interesting.
Straight onto the pads. Banged into the pitch. He goes for the cut straight away. And this will run away. Will Felix Northover cut it off? Not quite.
Yeah, he was a bit slow to get going there, Felix. He almost didn't realise that he was a bit late onto it and then finally pulled out the dive. Didn't quite get there.
Well, I think we're firmly in T20 mode here. There's no question about it. They're looking to accelerate here, and I think this looks like a player who can cause some damage if Sherborne don't take another quick wicket. Because that's what Sherborne will have been hoping to do, is after that quick wicket they take a couple more, and that slows down the scoring a bit with new batsmen trying to play themselves in.
That certainly is a real confidence booster of a shot there. Nice late cut as Felix slightly changes position, comes a bit finer
this time. Just a single taken. Seeing him practice a reverse sweep.
Yeah. Still the left-hand, right-hand combination as well.
Meadows on 82 here with 7 overs to go. Drive to think about the single. We might get one of those suicide runs in the middle.
In this situation, would you like to be told that you're nearing a century? You can gauge.
No, I reckon I would. I mean, not that it's ever happened.
Yeah.
But I would like to know what I need. But that's up in the air. This should be taken. It's quite high. It's gone down, and it's been taken.
Oh, what a catch!
What a catch that is! I think it's Rafe O'Brien who's taken that all the way at mid-off.
That really is a fantastic take. You look like you get a good Rafe O'Brien.
He's completely misjudged it. It's gone almost over his head. And he took that with one hand.
Yeah, he did misjudge it.
So Meadows falls for 82 off 100 balls. It's been a great innings to get his team into this position. It was a fantastic catch by Rafe O'Brien to get rid of him, and Charlie Wills is his first wicket of the innings. Clifton are 1, 6, 8 for 2 with 1 ball to go in the 34th. We're looking 2 new batsmen now, Sherborne. They'll realise they have an opportunity here.
Yeah, certainly a chance for Sherborne to slow the scoring rate, which was beginning to climb.
You can probably hear some interesting sounds coming from down below, which is the thirds and fourths, unsurprisingly.
Jonas, you in the third phase.
Thanks for the reminder. Again, he's utilised that shot quite a few times now. It's just that guy down to third man.
Yeah, they ran the first one very hard there, couldn't quite turn for the 2. Certainly more positive intent with regards to the running.
Will be Ollie Carr-Smith who will continue now.
Yeah, bowled nicely, Ollie. It's good. Got the breakthrough wicket, of course.
Hasn't been particularly consistent. He's a bit sporadic with his ball placement, and we see a movement from the batsman across the stumps. We are sort of entering the death bowling zone where batsmen will be looking to stop those runs. It's no longer really about wickets for Sherborne now. If they do take wickets, it will be handy to try and limit the scoring rate, but now it's all about trying to find those last sort of 25 balls now, which will be to stop the boundary. It's a full toss which is thumped out to the sweeper. There's a man at cow corner, Charlie
Good
Wills.
fielding again, just to limit them. Ollie turning quickly there. Just giving a bit more air. No runs.
Interesting shot to sweep because it was quite offside.
Yeah.
Comes in balls, there's a reverse sweep, it's guided, and it's very nice.
Might run away for 4, although outfield is
Nice,
slow.
but it will go for 4.
Yeah, we'll get there.
There is still proof on this pitch that you don't necessarily have to smack it to necessarily get a boundary, and there is something in the outfield as he comes down the wicket, and it's well bowled by Carr-Smith just to drag his length back a bit.
Yeah. The reverse sweep did come off a slightly fuller delivery. I haven't seen much turn to it, it's more just gone on that short from Carr-Smith.
There's an A.B. de Villiers-esque
away.
shot, which has gone for 4.
Just beginning to really get away from Sherborne here. This scoring rate hasn't been the most consistent of overs from Carr-Smith.
He's off. Will Nash is on 20 off 11 now, which is sort of the role he's been brought into play now. I wonder who Sherborne will bring on after this.
You know what, mate? I'm about to finally enjoy it.
Does anyone have some prick sticks?
Prick stick?
Yeah. Look, my sticker and my tuber.
Super glue, mate.
Highly intelligent conversation going up here. So it will be Charlie Wills to continue. He has one more to bowl, so we're not saving him for the end.
Yeah, well, only 5 overs to go, so it'll be interesting to see. I'm assuming that's a bit short, nicely played. They'll run a single. Assuming that Rupert Thomas will come back, because he's only got 1 over left, I'm pretty sure. So he'll get his last. Who else do you reckon will have the bowl?
Well, I mean, I'd be tempted to bring back Tom, because I think he has bowled well. I think he was brought in at a time where they were just trying to accelerate, so his figures may not necessarily reflect that, but I think he certainly has bowled well enough to bowl again.
Yeah, they didn't miss time.
As he clips off the pad, they'll run for 2 here, and they'll get that comfortably. Grateful bowl.
Yeah.
He'll be very pleased with himself after that catch. He deserves a bowl.
Fantastic.
Personally, I would not have that route.
I'm not taking it.
Yeah, just slightly wider delivery.
Oh, and that's hit down the ground, and that will fall.
It's a fantastic shot there. Just slightly wide from Charlie, really allowed Nash to swing his arms. And he has.
26 of 13, love it.
Good innings building here from Nick.
You've got 26 and the time it's taken me to put my box.
That's a very problem.
Slow ball again, just jab down and have to scramble back to avoid being run out.
Yeah, that was better. Nice change of length there.
Welcome all.
Who do you think was at the other end?
A lot fuller.
I just put my pedals up. And he's getting this shit.
Slow ball, full toss. All the way for 6.
Yeah, by the cheers, and you could probably
tell, although they are cheering most things at the moment. But it is interesting that both men are up at the moment. There is no long off or on.
Yeah, I think that is probably about to change, considering that's the second time it's happened in the over. Not the best of deliveries there from Charlie.
That
Dejected faces.
That sort of length is begging to be hit down the ground with no one there, with no danger of it being caught. But there is a long on now, and this time he hits it straight to him, off the toe end of it, doesn't get it at all. Think about the 2 for a second.
Yeah, Rory Pino didn't quite attack that one as he might.
Well, sometimes you miss-hit them so badly, it's that they just drop in a gap and don't reach the fielder.
What's your Spotify playlist called?
What did they say?
What's your Spotify playlist called? Like, what are we getting up to? What are you doing quarantine?
Approaching 200 here with 4 overs to go.
Yeah, it's been a nice little cameo here from Nish. Clifton haven't got away from Sherborne as much as I thought they might, but certainly a good score building.
They've got a good momentum here. If they grab 10 and over off the last 4 here, that gets them to 2-3-3, which I think they definitely take. Sherborne will be looking to keep it down. They'll be looking to keep them.
Yeah, if Sherborne keep it to around 220, I reckon they'll be pretty happy, considering relied on Carl Smith to be nice and full here, and he is.
And he's hit it, and maybe that was a chance to be caught and bowled there, which he's just missed. Couldn't tell whether it was a bump ball. It looked to be a chance, which he's, again, another difficult chance, but it takes just one to be taken to really change this game. Again, he'll float it out the reverse sweep. He's missed out on that. Sometimes you just got to go for the simpler shots, which is a full toss, which was asking to be hit. And he's interestingly gone for reverse sweep. What will he go for this time? Just a slap into the leg side, just a single taken.
Yeah, good fielding.
10 seconds ago.
What's the score? What's the score?
It hasn't been the most consistent of overs here from Ollie Carl Smith. Hasn't been punished as
How are we on 195?
much as he might have been so far.
Moves across the crease and he's mistimed it, and they've caught it. It's a good piece of bowling there from Carl Smith. He saw him coming across, just slowed it down a bit so he can mistime that sweep. It's caught.
Yeah, just bowled it further towards the leg side as well, so the batsmen have to reach for it. That is.
So Wilnesh does go after a good cameo, which has given Clifton some momentum towards the end here. But Sherborne will be pleased to get rid of him.
Yeah, he certainly seems to be the type of batsman who could really do some damage towards the back end of these overs.
Do you know who caught that piece?
Didn't yet see who it was. It may have been, could have been Tommy Smith. The side screen does block our view of that particular area of the field, but we'll find out who took the catch. Looked a relatively simple catch from the way the ball was looping.
Sherborne have taken a few wickets recently, as you might expect, nearing the end of the innings. Clifton really starting to push on now.
So another new batsman comes to the crease.
agreement on the total?
It was a good catch.
Yeah. It went very high, yeah.
As long as your batter.
Yeah, that's it.
Which one was that?
We've not yet got a name for the new batsman. Here we go.
The field is nice and spread here.
So, Rupert Thomas catching off the bowling of Ollie Carr-Smith there, as Shay Sainsbury is in as the new batsman, in at 5. And a full toss straight away is hit out to the sweeper. And they'll come back for the 2. And that will frustrate Sherborne because it's one which the fielder maybe should have attacked more and restricted it to a single.
Those are the type of things there that's just going to mean Sherborne have to have a few more to chase down. The fielding hasn't been fantastic, of course, brilliant catch from Rafe.
Just flicked off the pad, they'll take a quick single.
Yeah, ground fielding hasn't been as good from Sherborne as they might like.
So, the 37th over is bowled. Clifton a 198 for 3, with the 2 new batsmen having faced a combined total of 6 balls.
I feel like Ollie Carr-Smith might have got slightly lucky with that over, obviously getting the wicket, but a few deliveries not being punished as they maybe should have been.
It does sound very funny, to be fair.
Is this Will still?
It looks to be Rafe O'Brien returning.
Rafe O'Brien. Rafe O'Brien, I think.
So, didn't bowl too well earlier. Can he bowl a good death spell here? First ball is shovelled into the offside. Quick single taken.
Of course, potentially should have had a wicket earlier on. Rafe dropped by Tom Roller.
I feel bad, we have been emphasising that drop a lot, but it is really the one viable chance Sherborne have had, which they've not necessarily executed.
And it was a very difficult chance.
And that's
appeal
looked like it was just sliding and it will run, it won't go to the boundary. Tommy Smith's got a long chase up there. They come back for another run here. You can probably tell the outcome, which is another 3 runs.
Roy, how are you?
What's the game tomorrow? Get some 6s.
Rafe. Well, straight at this time, work the pads into the gap.
That's it.
They do call for 2 and they do well.
Good boys, good boys.
He's going to be playing.
He's bowling quite straight at the moment.
What? It's you. Yeah.
Bowls again fairly straight. It's a better ball. They'll take the quick single again.
Yeah, Ashton got 50. Ashton got 50.
That's got 20.
I
already have hit a couple of big.
Ashton got 50. We got our next ball. Listen to this. Harrison Tate, 20 off 6, yeah? So it's the first 2 balls got single. Next ball, kick. Good 4. You put them on that big. Yeah, do that again, mate. Do it again. Because he's got to do it. He's going to do it.
Penultimate over, Clifton will want to make the most of it and full toss isn't punished.
Looked to be a slower one there, I think, which is just toe ended back to Rafe.
It's 37. 37
Wait. Was Wiseman's swing was it back with us?
No, I learned that 10 minutes.
What did you do?
Sammy had like exerted.
Bowls. And there's an appeal and it's given. It's been caught behind. Little inside edge on that.
Rafe has probably deserved that. Deserved a wicket.
Didn't hear anything from up here, but it sounded a convincing appeal.
Definite edge.
So another wicket falls for Sherborne. They're just beginning to drag themselves back. We talked about how wickets can also be a mothball of events, and they look to be gathering quite a few here. Now, I've wanted to end the innings like this.
Yeah, give them a bit of momentum going into the batting.
So, new batsman in Hamid.
Brian, how many two
So then they
So they try and keep stuff in.
but they'll have to because
Loads of
am I gonna have a second? I'll go get 3, 2, 3 and then they'll thanks.
Oh man. Yeah. What's this part?
They've done nicely here. Clifton, you'd say a decent total.
When you're out there, you sort of mindset.
How does Sherborne go about the chase?
Well, it looks like, and obviously we can't tell us till 2 overs to go, it looks like they're going to post 225-ish. That would be a good result for them. And I think Sherborne will look to carry their innings in a similar way. They'll look to build up a base as that's dragged down. That's to 6. That was absolutely huge.
Just hit that
It's gone a long, long way, but again, we're talking about that drag down ball. It's not the ball that he's looking to bowl. It's going to sit up to be here.
turns quite cheap, Carl Smith. That's short again.
But he's bowled it quicker this time. He's really looking to tuck the batsman up. And then
potentially just a bit of pressure.
the misfield, again, something that Sherborne has struggled with all game, results in another 2. So, 8 off the first 2 balls of the over. How can Carl Smith respond here? Bowls foolish, and it's just glance for a quick single here.
Yeah, very good running. Slightly slower from Carl Smith, a bit more flunt.
We've had lovely accompaniment from the Clifton team the entire innings.
I should have been out on like 30. I should have been out on like 4. yeah.
Bowls again, the Yorker length. They take the quick single, and the misfield allows it.
You were walking up the hill.
And this is really going to impact Sherborne here, because not only could it impact their bowling in terms of a few runs being conceded here at the end, it could impact their batting and their mentality when starting up their innings.
Yeah, you always want to get out of an innings high.
They'll run for 2 here, and
They'll push, and they will get
another misfield, and they'll look for a 3rd.
Fielding really hasn't been great from Sherborne under the pressure. You'd think it's time to get to them. There's some panic in the field.
That would kill him.
It's good to see you come back. Quite a few
Full toss, hit out towards the man at the boundary, and it's just a single. It's one of those which could have been a catch, could have been 6, could have been 4, but ends up being 1.
Last one, Last one. Who that? Yeah.
It is indeed last one, mate.
You see what you just did? You see what you just did? You just went like that into the back of Joe's neck. You got
What's the score?
No, it says 2 back. No, it's not. It's 2 seconds. 2 seconds.
So it's going to be Rafe to bowl the final over.
218.
Yeah, if they can just
218.
as near to 220 as possible, then Sherborne.
I think Clifton will be pleased overall, but there will be the sense that they could have accelerated at a point. And maybe they took their time a bit too much. We'll see how that impacts them. Still a sizable target for Sherborne to chase, and we'll see how they manage that.
Yeah, you get the feeling that the misfields have really added up here to kind of an extra 6 or 7, which could be vital.
First ball of the final over, down the leg side, will be called a wide.
Yeah, umpire's not giving much of a margin to wide, but that was a bit wide.
And then I charged him from that place. It was like always charging that opening long by more than 2 metres. That was like as soon as
It's fair to say that he's hit that quite nicely.
He has given himself room, he's hit it for 6, and not what Sherborne really wanted here, and that's effectively the first ball of the over because the first one was wide.
watch that be screen recorded and sent to everything.
Oh, Sean will be seeing that later.
Comes in again, bowls. This one's uppish and will be a scramble 2.
Much better field.
Throw comes in.
Yeah, they've run very, very hard here towards the end of their innings. Certainly getting as many out of it as possible.
And then 2 minutes ago, 2 minutes later, another guy called me, what's his name?
Mate, it's chat about barbers, fair play.
You focus on bowling good balls, and I'll focus on facing them.
It's coming round the wicket, which is an interesting approach. This has gone up in the air. Should be taken. It's been dropped. This went up to Rory Parnell. Difficult catch, did go very high, but again, one that Sherborne will feel they should have taken at this level. But I quite like the idea of going round the wicket.
Yeah, good change of angle. He's being attacked, obviously, as it's the last over.
And this one's gone up as well. This one should be taken again. It's Rupert Thomas, sets himself, drops again.
No. To be fair, that kid is like 14.
He's 14. Fifth one, same age as him. Did they run 2 again?
Yeah.
Sherborne again.
Tough chance, but
sort of sums up their innings. And they've let loose runs go, and that's 2 in a row where they've conceded 2 runs and it should have been a wicket. This one again high in the air. He comes in, bowls again. This one is better bowled. They come in for the single, but a misfield again allows the single.
not that that would have cost any runs on that occasion. The last ball of the innings coming up here.
No, we're just going to pass first.
Right, so if I go more than 2, so
So in comes Rafe, he bowls, tacks the batsman up, they'll run the single. He is run
was
out.
out, yeah.
He has been run. Interesting dive at the end there.
where's the secret?
But that is what Sherborne will have to chase. Sherborne need 233 to win from their 40 overs. They'll be coming in now. Conditions remain the same, maybe got a bit darker, but it's pretty much the same equation for them as they come off.
Get that to have more space, guys.
So if we look at the Clifton College scorecard, they got a great start. Ollie Meadows 82, Joe Phillips 63, which set up the base for the entire innings. They had some cameos at the end. Sherborne took a few wickets to get back in the game, but overall they'll feel 232 to 5, very satisfying total. Sherborne need 233 to win, and we'll get back to them after their break.
I was really awkward actually because you were standing there and like she phoned me. To be fair, and I just like turned my phone. It's like, can you see? She's coming. Yeah. Oh my gosh, she came back and she's like, I'm so happy. Yeah. We got cashmere socks. And she's like, it has enough. I've already told her. It has enough. She doesn't need it anymore.
Yeah, it's good. I know.
Yes, yeah, very small.
Because I thought when we first did it,
So what you're just doing
just a camera.
No. But it's good, it's a really good experience.
Yeah, I know, it's good fun.
Yeah.
I think they're like 30 minutes. Yeah, the other day, it's just terrible. I want to get back to house to get a show and come back after it.
Did you say that?
Slated it.
It's very difficult to right next to us and not doing any Yeah, well, we did the first. Yeah. That's what we'd hoped.
Yeah, 100%. Slim. No, slim.
It requires a performance that we haven't yet seen.
It requires work properly. Try and get some food and start with.
How was the commentary?
It's alright.
Oh, Billy! Yeah. Billy, Stephen!
Oh, sir, that's far.
You come up or you go
Back. The honest one, but keep the wicket. I think a rotating strike is not necessarily within boundaries of most strikes. Rotating strike, keeping it consistent, ticking those down. Nothing rash and nothing. We don't want to put 10 in 5 overs an hour. We want consistency.
What as a percentage, what do you reckon the chances are?
Set about 40. Yeah, I really need a camera in my phone.
Yeah. It would be nice if you might actually invest in that.
And invest in some nice tips.
Yeah. Right. Anyway. It's just dropped to 45. Yes.
Am I joining our round? Can we get a little bit interview?
Nice. Is it unchanged back to
So 1 and 2 is Cameron, 3 is Jezzy, 4 is Dowling, 5 is Pumper, and then we've got flexible from there depending on the situation where it could be me, Carl Smith, Wills.
There's a deep back inside on paper, so
But
I mean,
that paper hasn't actually proven yet.
yeah, I was like, this would require a performance we haven't yet seen.
But we know it's capable.
Yeah, definitely. This is the chance to shine.
Oh, Billy, okay?
Hello, William. Just come say hello.
Thank you, sir. I was just shouting at a wicket. Thank you.
Sundays it goes like that. Sundays you don't get the Sundays you won't go well and you've got wickets. So you've got to keep consistency. And like we said, indoors, coming out, right?
Yeah. So the first runs overs weren't great, but luckily
Yeah,
to get
they
back.
got the back end. Yeah, that's good. I think it's definitely showing real signs of promise. I think we need to think about those sort of longer game as well. We've obviously got two more years. We've got to think how we want to develop as a bowler over the next few years. So, are you going to grow much more, do you think?
My dad's 6'5",
So you should
and
do.
then my mum's like 5'10", so
They should do, because that would be great. If you just get that little bit extra bounce as well. So in your armour, if you could have a real quick bounce from your arm, so you get the batsman back a bit and you get the next thing back in. That's probably the way to think about it. But it is all about consistency. Consistency. And then you add other tools to it. You go up. Alright, well done.
Thank you.
Oh, William.
Now that looks cool. Shit.
Here we are. Oh, lovely weather.
See the setup?
So sick.
Is it cool?
Yeah. Feels like you could probably hear us walk there.
Yeah, probably. Looks nice.
The viewers at home will be welcome. Hey, can they hear us now?
Probably.
Don't know. You can?
Yeah, it's got the microphone's got sensitive. Oh, so PG. Who's in front of it? Wait for Brian.
Where's the batsman? Is that at the end?
The one with bang through.
Who's the bowler's name?
Yeah, Will Nate.
Well made.
Yeah, Will Nate.
Number 3 back. Yeah.
Open.
Felix, very bad. No.
After 5, it's flexible.
Right.
After shift.
Yeah.
Just in time.
Well, welcome back everyone. The sun is shining and the weather looks good for Sherborne to start batting. Speaking to some players before, they said it was an ambitious target and one which would require performance which we haven't yet seen so far this season.
Again?
And the first ball is wide.
Yeah, Sherborne could do with 3 of those, I would think.
So, starting our 2 we've seen in previous matches, Clifton, Ryan and Cam Golding. Cam Golding with a new bat. Maybe bring him a bit of fortune in this game because Sherborne will need it. Having said that, the weather has been perfect for them.
Yeah.
It is Will Nash who has started the bowling. Looks to be banging it in short and Rafe is looking to pull straight up.
Yeah, Sherborne will need to get going quite quickly. They need the type of partnership that Clifton got, which, as you said earlier, we haven't necessarily seen so far this season, but Sherborne will be hoping that something can materialise.
Right, Nash has made it clear. He's going to bang in short here. But Rafe O'Brien cuts it away. It is to some relief, I can tell you, that the Clifton boys are no longer sat next to us, but out in the field.
He doesn't even score. Yeah, I'm not even. Oh, we'll have
happen.
Wasn't quite a Lord's lunch, was it, Billy? But
No, not bad though. I'm very hungry, so I'm just
had a
finishing off.
sort of half a ham sandwich and a pork pie. See, this one's a bit fuller. Definitely a bit of in-swing.
Not like people quite a lot. Well, that's expected.
Where are you going?
Full again and driven.
Shot!
Look for the second, not there.
Clifton, like Sherborne, starting with 2 slips. Sherborne didn't have many edges to, well, didn't have any edges to slip, I don't think, especially in the early part. So, be interesting to see how that lasts.
Left alone.
How does Sherborne go about this? Do you think they have to attack from the off, or can they be pretty calm?
I think they're going to have to make a solid start to this. You see the urgency which they're around the field is one which we didn't really see with Sherborne. We'll see whether it pays off, but it just ups the intensity a bit.
Yeah.
I think these two openers, they're both good batsmen. They know their game, and I think they'll want to do what the Clifton openers did, which is rotate the strike as much as possible. They won't want to deal in boundaries. Well, I mean, obviously, ideally they would, but this is a pitch where we know they're not going to be able to hit it around as much as they would like to. So finding those singles is the key to building this innings. And obviously they'll try and emulate the openers of Clifton, but I think just finding a solid run rate of 4-ish from the first 10 overs or so will just give Sherborne a bit of confidence here, because we saw how they ended the innings. They ended it with conceding a few boundaries and not necessarily the way they would have liked.
Yeah, Clifton certainly did bat nicely, especially with those, well, obviously the 2 openers were fantastic, but the couple of cameos down the order really managed to progress the score.
Bowls in at the pads, and Rafe clips away. It's running towards the boundary, but it won't get there. They'll come back for 3.
Running fellas! Yeah, good morning fellas! Come boys!
Not quite the volume of the Clifton boys, but
Yeah, the upper now bathed in sunlight. The rain has stayed away, which is good, looking like we will now definitely get a full game in.
left armour clipped off. You can probably hear the girls who are enjoying an afternoon's cricket. And that's the length we were talking about earlier, with the Sherborne bowlers trying to do first up, trying to draw the batsman forward.
Yeah, it certainly is the line length the ball just tapped into the offside there. And Sherborne will be looking to rotate the strike nicely, as you have said, something that we were really impressed by. Clifton.
Angled through.
Just evades the diving fielder.
I think that's an example where it just stuck in the top. Yeah. On the normal method, I think that's carried. Yeah. It was, if we played that shot like against the wicket, playing longer. Yeah.
short and just defended on Rafe.
Once again, a decent line. Just really looking to build pressure on the Sherborne batsmen here early on, meaning that Sherborne will have to take risks later on as they go down the order.
Well, we talked about rain earlier. Now sunny. It's come in, just defended smartly.
Solid boys! Oh, right, yeah. Pilgrims, yeah. They actually look solid. Isn't it? It's just generally just look solid. They're bowling.
Against Pilgrim?
No. Today it looks good.
Cam and Rafe have started quite nicely here, you would say.
Get a platform. Oh. Stop the run. Who's this? Oh yeah, they do. They're open for some.
They want me to have a chance at now.
They both play like academy.
Left alone outside the stump.
They're normally 2-6.
Yeah, that's a good length ball, nice carry through to the keeper on that occasion. Maybe just looking to entice the drive here
There's plenty of us
from Cam.
small bowling so far.
Yeah, I
don't think Sherborne really supports any like
And that is the play in the miss. It's the line and the length. They just seem more accurate and consistent than Sherborne's bowlers.
Yeah, Sherborne were slightly short. I think we can agree with, especially the spinners at times.
Bowls driven this time by Cam. I scramble a quick single.
Might go for 4 over 3.
The ball is not going for 4 over 3. They'll run another.
That's 5.
They run 5.
I think they've run 3 and 1.
Well done.
So they've run 4 there.
That's the type of thing that Clifton really won't like to see. We said that Sherborne's fielding wasn't great, but Clifton really can't afford that to happen too much, though they do have a big total on the ball.
A direct hit there and he would have been gone.
Yeah.
But he's left that alone.
That was quite nice this way.
Comes Cam. He defends.
Yeah, ours are, but we're like last all the
Just
time.
died off the surface a little bit there.
Like,
Didn't quite reach Cam at the pace that he might have expected.
Like 3rd, 4th, 5th, and like whatever.
oh yeah, we're always
7 to 8:45, and then like Yeah. Oh, I like your jacket, sir.
Whoa, wow!
So we can see you anywhere.
Yeah, no, that one that got through.
Around quickly again.
I can't remember when, but one of them got through. It was like early as well. No.
How are we doing, Carl?
The school will go now.
From what we've seen so far, hasn't been too full at Cam, but that is, and that's clipped off the pad. And they'll get 2 from it.
Yeah, outfield has quickened up slightly, I'd say, as we've gone. So okay, the moisture just draining from it. The sawdust that we mentioned earlier hasn't really been used.
Yeah.
No.
One that's like up here just goes.
Those clouds did lift for a brief few minutes.
Interesting combination here. Left-handed bowler, obviously, and that's confidently defended by Cam.
Fairly short again. Defended for no run.
No, we never used to open in
Yeah, he told me about 5, and I was like,
why? I don't know. We had like my brother and like Gerald and Dad opening. It was like Hayes decided the order, and so we tried to Tom. But Hayes
Oh, there's an edge there.
is it easy edge it?
Flick the inside edge. It's a difficult chance.
Is that going to first, or? No, that's not inside. Inside, keeps right hand. I didn't see it.
You keep him moved to the left. Keep him moved to the left. It made it really difficult for him to come back.
Down the leg side.
No, inside edge.
Difficult chance, maybe should have been taken. But that would have been a very harsh call to really blame him for that.
Two slips. Still in. Left alone. Good carry on that occasion to the keeper. Nicely left alone.
No. Both of them up and down one. Both of us yeah. The classic open batsman.
You're off spin, in spin.
No Braves contemplating bowling me today outside.
Yeah,
Keep it easy, mate. He's like, oh no, do you think it's bowling over? I was like, I'm not sure. Get down.
Sherborne will have been pleased not to lose a wicket early on here.
Right. Maybe not. Yeah, played.
No run.
As long as it's six, it's fine.
Nice lines being brought by Clifton. So far, Sherborne having to work hard for their runs, but they've applied themselves nicely in the first couple of overs. Bowler turns quickly on his mark.
Wait on.
A bit shorter and nicely pushed into the covers.
Shot.
There is an open leg side if the ball sits up off a short one here, but he drives now. It won't run for 4 again. They'll go for a third.
Yeah. Shot probably did deserve 4, but same happened to Clifton. Slow outfield shots don't quite get their just rule.
We're on the run, mate. 5 and over. Well,
You just need to see how it gains.
fine.
Nicely left there.
It's a good line and length
Touch
of the ball.
shorter, having just been driven, just dropped his length a bit.
That's a fuller ball, which is again driven. Think about the run. It's the ball they want to avoid, those, that half volley length. Which Sherborne batsmen will look to hit.
Yeah, the pitch does seem to have got a little bit quicker as well, so less likely to maybe mistime the drive.
Yeah, they're not bowling as straight now, so it's harder to work into that leg side, which only has 2 men out at the moment. And there's a play and a miss.
That's very well bowled, just moved away.
I thought I heard him say, out the box, shut the town.
Squared up to it. Wait, Hanno, you're going down there, can you get my shot? It's in the plastic bag.
Wanting to Rafe. It's a bit of slingy in swing there. Coming in. Which can be quite dangerous to a left-hander.
Replaying that block again wasn't as confident as it might have been.
Sun does begin to come through again as Rafe dabs it to the man at point.
Yeah, pretty comfortable start for Sherborne here. Kind of like the Clifton openers, haven't necessarily looked in too much trouble. A couple of played and misses, but no real chances.
It's been a good line from the Clifton bowlers, though. Balls again, down the leg side.
Should be kissing a wide and
is given a wide.
Yeah, for a moment I just thought he might have got a slight feather on that. Umpire just took his time to give the wide.
Don't think he
No appeal for me.
That annoyed me.
That definitely out.
Yeah.
Bowls, and they think about single, and not taken. Driven down the ground. We'll look to get a couple here.
That was a straight drive. Just swung in.
Chip up.
Short one. Defended comfortably.
It's another overruns. Quick sanitise for the fielders. Now getting around the field very, very quickly at Clifton, as you mentioned earlier, is something that Sherborne didn't necessarily do.
Yeah.
Go on, boys.
Well left again, slightly wide. Not seemingly wide there, just a bit of a way swing towards the slips. They run one. Clifton interested for a bit, potentially thinking that wasn't that confident of a block, slightly near the outside edge. As Cam replays it, just the side of the pitch.
So much noise over there.
I think they're going into that school match.
Comes in and defends it.
Slightly testing period this for Sherborne. The run rate is not really going anywhere. Well left again, just trying to get through the open bowlers, through the new ball, then accelerating hopefully.
They've got no middle.
Banked it in, that's cut away. It's stopped. I'm feeling missed out there again.
Try and get them straight in.
Yeah, it isn't really giving away much width at the moment. Just bang it in on good length really. Save again, attempts to play at it. He almost attempts to play at it and then slightly left it at the last moment, which hangs his bat out.
Well, it's quite early in the chase, but Sherborne will want to keep an eye on that run rate.
Yeah.
Because the moment it begins to grow, they have another worry on their mind apart from Wickets. But Cam's clipped that down to fine leg where it's cut off, but they'll come back for two.
Yeah, that's exactly what Sherborne need. They do just need to up the run rate a little bit, as you say. They don't want to be chasing too many towards the back end of the innings.
We're joined by Felix Northover, who looks very muddy actually. But how are you feeling, Felix? How was the bowling performance in your view?
It was good. We cut down on the edges, which I know is a thing we've had before, so I definitely take a positive in that aspect. But yeah, I think just the field let us down a bit. A bit off the alertness. Dropped too many catches.
Yeah.
Overall, I think it was a decent start. We've got ourselves a good game here, which I like.
Yeah, obviously their openers batted quite nicely and really set a platform. Is that what you would love Cam and Rafe to do here?
Yeah, we're definitely looking for one of them to stick through to 5 overs for the end. But yeah, no, the openers batted well. Round of applause for them.
Yeah, exactly.
We didn't take our chances though. There was a few times it was off.
None of them were. Obviously, Tom's catch at the start, when I was saying was a pivotal moment, but obviously a very difficult chance.
Indeed.
So that's nicely played. Just worked into the offside for a single.
Yeah, it'll just be a question of rotating strike, keeping that run
That
rate
is
up.
something that Clifton certainly did well.
Yeah,
Bowling at a right-hand, left-hand combination at the start is difficult.
it's definitely something which no bowlers can do with ease.
Yeah. You're coming at after 5, so said.
Yeah, we've got the top 5 sorted, and then the lower end of the order is going to be flexible depending on the situation, depending on the amount of
Are you
overs
expecting to have to go in and score from the off, or do you feel like
if that is the case in the game, then it will be a question of probably Charlie will decide to go big. Whereas if we do have a collapse,
Yeah, we saw you guys play the Mares.
pray to God we don't.
Yeah. Yeah, it's looked okay so far.
Yeah. It's looking well, playing nicely, definitely doing what an open should.
Yeah.
So I mean, hopefully we'll continue
Keeping a nice tight field at the moment, Clifton.
keeping them under pressure.
Yeah, no one out on the offside, no easy singles or twos for Sherborne to really rotate the strike.
It'll be a question of just blocking them out now and just seeing them off and come into the mid-order of first change where we'll lose score.
Yeah, because obviously near the end of Clifton's innings, the scoring did accelerate because Sherborne just pushed the field out a little bit, obviously not wanting to concede too many boundaries.
Yeah, it's a question of they were taking off at 4 and over for probably about 25-30 overs, and then the latter came in and put on a nice stroke.
Well left once more.
Fantastic. I'm actually Calvin's very good leaver, but he's left from practice today.
Yeah, when I watched him against Pilgrims, I did think that his really does look like an opener. Very confident. Rotates the strike nicely.
He loves the pace he's taking in the house. He loves face to face, being able to use it, being able to slide it down the leg. I definitely think something he's doing very well today.
Goes for a wide on there,
Goes in the gap. I thought he was about to short.
doesn't quite hit it as well as he would have wanted, but they rotate the strike and get one.
Yeah, it would just be a question of will they have all the concentration to go right till the end. Which I definitely think they should.
Yeah, just seeing off this new ball is crucial at this point. Going at around 3 and over these two.
Yeah. I mean, it's just run rate for their total is just under 6, I think.
Now the second bowler almost hides behind the umpire for a decent period of his run-up, I'd
an
say.
angled run.
Yeah, he just kind of hides behind, and I guess as a batsman, it'd be interesting here for Rafe. He's only really seeing him at the last point, really, which is good.
Yeah, that previous ball just shot up a little bit, and maybe that can be a sign of things to come later in this pitch.
Yeah, we have what
Getting in that.
Quick
Full
single
toss
pushed
now.
in.
Well, that's very, very disappointing from Sherborne point of view. A run out is not what they needed. You could see what they were trying to do, just rotate the strike. But on this occasion, not a clever run.
No, I don't think that was the right decision. I like the idea of playing it in and rotating the strike, but I just think it was just a long call there. Just me, you can do.
Yeah, well, Jez is known for his big hitting. We'll need him to apply himself a bit more here. But it'll be interesting to see what he can do.
Indeed, and I definitely think it'll be a good afternoon if he gets them to play the shots. But
Yeah. Oh. Rafe does not look particularly happy about that, as is probably understandable. But Sherborne,
now this is a contrast for you. We've got the man Jez Meeker and Cam Gold.
Yeah.
You can see them strolling together.
Jez Meeker, commonly known as the Mountain, and as he
Indeed.
comes into your picture, you'll probably be able to see why, especially against Cam Golding.
It's not the tallest of chaps around, but he's made Jez look even bigger.
Well, hopefully, Jez can hit a few here. Exactly what Sherborne need him to do. Sherborne need people to make starts and then go on and make big
We need
50s,
someone
really.
to stick around, anchor that innings, be there. Balance the opening bowlers who come to the.
Will Jones has just entered into the commentary box. What are your thoughts on that run out?
It's the last thing that Sherborne needed.
Yeah.
Good bit of fielding, but just poor and it kind of sums up the first season. In that it's just unnecessary. But Jasmika, otherwise known as the Mountain.
Yeah, we mentioned that earlier. But Cam is facing at the moment. That just clipped off his hip.
Are we commentating?
We are commentating now.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, lads.
Cam is quite short, so I think they're going to try and bang it in short.
I do think that, and what we saw with Brave last over, one did just pop up, and the wicket was quite damp earlier.
Yeah, of course the ball isn't, as you just mentioned there, ball isn't coming onto the bat as easy as you might like, so bowling short and into the pitch, easy for the batsman to mistime the ball. It'll be interesting to see if that ploy does continue. That's
well left by James.
nicely left alone.
Confidence in his off stop there.
He did. That was a bold lead, but he stuck to it.
There's a player who likes to play some shots. We saw him at Pilgrims before he got out. Made a good start of 29. And then
He's made a couple of his 25s, 29s.
Yeah. Yeah, well, we did mention that. We did mention that against Pilgrims. Actually, Sherborne, it's kind of been their season. They've made starts and haven't quite gone on. But they'll be hoping to
need that big innings from him today. He'll be a key player. If Clifton can get him out early, then they'll definitely feel on top. Cam back to they think about two. Not another run out.
That really would be the last thing Sherborne need at this point. But interesting to see how Jazz goes about this innings, whether he attacks really early on or he's just a little bit calmer.
Well, I think he's a player who likes to play shots, so I think that's what he's going to do. I think probably the right thing to do is go out with some intent, because you don't want to get bogged down and then have to worry about run rate as well.
Yeah.
So, short and wide.
Zipped through quite quickly though to the keeper actually.
Yeah.
Came nicely off the surface, just starting to quicken up a bit.
The Clifton bowlers have a few miles an hour on Sherborne bowlers.
I did mention it in the Sherborne, in Clifton's batting innings, that Sherborne hadn't really mixed up their bowling enough, in my opinion. Would have liked to see a few slow balls, a few cutters. That there potentially a cutting, good backing up, throw came in.
They maintain that high pressure on the batsman at all times. I wonder if Jez is eyeing up the vacant space in Cow corner. There's a shot he likes to play with a strong bottom hand. Playing a miss.
Yeah, Clifton Field's getting very excited there.
Immediately walks away and wants to reassess that one. Pass to Jez. Towards cover.
Bit straighter as well there. Jez adapting quite nicely. Do you feel like Clifton should be trying to bowl wide or at the pads?
I think I like their line at the moment.
Yeah.
Keeping tight to the batsman, not going too straight on to the pads, just making the batsman play every single time. And what Sherborne will be looking to do is try and see out those balls and wait for the one where they don't have to play, but Jez plays and misses again.
Yeah, this is really quite a testing period for Sherborne here. Required run rate is climbing all the time at the moment, not really able to hit any boundaries, really get away, just being tied down by these opening two. Be interested to see when the change of bowling comes. So 10 overs gone so far, 5 for each bowler.
You're not on the phone.
goes for the edge. Oh,
what a catch!
One
That's an unbelievable take by the keeper.
Possibly even first slip ball to take. And it's a phenomenal catch. Well, we said those sort of half chances, those catches, which not everyone would necessarily take. And they've taken one. It's a big wicket. Cam is just getting settled again. Batsman makes a start but doesn't capitalise on it. And Clifton right on top here. The reaction time on that is...
That is an outrageous catch.
Are you guys okay to do
I'm lucky, yeah.
Oh, damn.
when Max is on strike?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
For this regular gig?
Can you put that's paper?
So Max Dowling comes to the crease. Team in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, certainly an important period of the game here for Sherborne. A couple more lost in quick succession here and they'll be struggling.
Nice ball, it's fended off. It'll run away for 4.
Let's do the drop to
Yeah, Sherborne are going to need a little bit more of that, you would think.
Is it Indian?
Was it like what?
giving his leg twice. It's still on 0. That was an incredible catch.
Yeah, just had a quick look at the replay. Seriously good catch, which I'm sure would delight his.
Pressure on the Sherborne batsman. Full, defended. But this is the difference between Clifton and Sherborne. While Sherborne did have periods of pressure, Clifton have actually capitalised on it.
Yeah, so I guess that is also one of the things of batting, being able to bat first, bit of scoreboard pressure involved, whatever total you really set. If you take the early wickets, they're going to be under pressure. Yeah, totally get your point. Sherborne always bowled a couple of poor deliveries in an over, you felt. Haven't really seen that so far from Clifton, and again, that's on the money.
Do you think anyone actually watched that full game? Yeah, there's no way they're watching 4 hours into a game.
Yeah, they were. We had 7 people on there. Got it on home telly.
Wait, what are you doing the score on that?
Yeah.
Bowled full. That's a good angle in.
Oh, you're on that ball. You're on that ball.
It's not that line where he can sort of shove it off the pad. It's not the line where he can drive it. It's a good line. Difficult to
Yeah, really have.
Who's the biggest hit?
Bowled really nicely here, Clifton. Sherborne in a big bit of trouble, of course, have to think about keeping their wickets in hand, but also the run rate is increasing. The required run rate is increasing, I should say.
Yeah, it was painted white and it was chipping off and you just smacked it.
Nicely left there, good bit of carry through to the keeper. Left alone.
Every league, they just... It just gets angry. You show them. You should have slowed down. Yeah, it's our free line middle. It's so wrong. It's not on the small team. Come on, man. I don't intend to. That's yeah, I have to. I dare you to come last over the net now. What's this for?
Harry Robbins, Leslie Walton.
What about, what's that?
Nick. Yeah, I will Nick.
Well, yeah.
No.
Do you know about Annie May?
Yeah.
She left Annie.
Yeah, she went to Spain.
Do you remember Annie May?
What?
No, she doesn't move.
Yeah.
So a couple of times, she used to do 25 and
Yeah,
where are you going to first? She won like some singing show and now she's like 20 followers.
Yeah. The first goal at the end of the game.
Comes in bowls. This
That's
one he does
fuller.
drive up. Oh, not necessarily up the middle. Just a single.
Looked like he was more trying to play that one back down the ground, but comes to an edge. Sherborne will take it, whatever happens, really, at the moment.
No, I'm going somewhere.
Molly!
10 minutes after the
I won't come any closer just in case.
Yeah, bring Sarah.
That could be CCTV, you never know.
Yeah.
Why didn't I get up higher?
I didn't recognise
Oh, clubbed.
Oh, you're joking, not again. That's two unbelievable catches.
That is unbelievable.
Oh my, that's
Pono, you in?
a magnificent catch.
Oh, I can't quite believe he's taken
No.
two amazing catches in the
That's
space
a
of
joke.
such a short time. Sherborne leaves another one. Again, that
No,
short
Sherborne
one
really in trouble here.
top edge. It looked like it was going for 4 behind the keeper. It's just an amazing catch. Matt Dowling's innings is very much short-lived. The recording I've taken for his PE will not be used unless for the incredible catch. Rory Parnell's a new batsman. And Sherborne, yet again, seem to be in the position where they lose wickets after the start.
That really was a fantastic catch. Just having a look at the replay here. Yeah.
That's sort of one of those things that you can't really learn.
Nah.
You've got to have the
On another day, those both go down.
And Sherborne are
1
40
down.
for 1 at this
Yeah.
point.
But it's just nothing's really gone Sherborne's way so far. Everything that Clifton hit in the air seemed to fall into the gap. Yeah, Clifton. The Clifton have definitely deserved this. They've made a fantastic start with the ball. Obviously, their openers built a great platform.
I think they've shaped it for themselves to some extent.
Yeah.
The energy they have in the field, the pressure they've maintained the whole time has really paid off for them, and that's what's resulted in these shots which have led to some catches.
Yeah, and when the energy is high on the field, you're ahead of the game. Those sort of catches do get taken. Sherborne it's fantastic delivery again, and looking like a wicket could fall every delivery at the moment.
Bye-bye, darlings. We're off. Hello, Billy.
Hello.
How are you?
Very well, thank you. How are you? Good.
Yes.
Nice video.
Tommy Smith's mum there, feature in the live stream. Popular cricket pundit.
Yeah, we're Sherborne in a lot of trouble here.
A lot of pressure on the batsman. He comes in bowls, defended.
I smell all the wickets from down there.
Yeah.
Wow, we could be in the position where we see every single person have a bat here.
Yeah, it's looking likely. Only a quarter of the way through the Sherborne innings, and already 3 down, and not exactly looking comfortable in the middle, as that's mistimed, and Rory Parnell walks away towards square leg again, and that's the end of the over.
Tom, you're not in there. What number doing that?
No, you in? You in? Have you told you?
You in it?
I think you go to Felix, then me, try and
Oh, no.
You had the money to throw that in us next.
Yeah?
I think we like doing hard to the road now. If you can start, so it's fine.
We'll probably hit a smooth operation now. Carry on behind us.
Yeah, certainly not a smooth operation for Sherborne in the middle. Might do.
that again.
Thank you.
Comes in bowls, just on
Oh,
the
that's
drive.
lovely though. might not go all the way. Outfield is very, very slow
It's not
now.
going to go
No.
away. It's stopped. It's extremely frustrating for a shot as good as that not to go. We're in kind of a position where most batsmen have now got their gloves and helmet on because they know they're going in fairly soon. Some of them have still got the nerve not to have any pads on whatsoever.
Yeah, not the start Sherborne have wanted. Clifton have bowled a fantastic line length. Really have created so much pressure here.
Dead ball.
Oh, Tom, it says spare that.
Still the opening bowlers for Clifton. And it was up in the air and manages to go in a gap.
Well, just wandered across his stumps really. Not a convincing shot at all by Rory Parnell.
The leading edge. Third man. You see Felix Nordera practicing his strokes down there.
Is that the one tip pass?
So, this one's a bit fuller and clipped off the pads by Jez. They're looking for the second here, which they'll take. And really it looks like this innings is going to depend on Jez at this point. He's a leading member of the team. We know what he can do with the bat, but he hasn't performed so far this season.
Yeah, again, just made a few starts, hasn't really gone on. Sherborne need these two to really knuckle down and, well, make a couple of 50s, you'd think.
Just a couple of 50s as Jez edges again to third man. They check the single.
Looking unlikely at the moment, but you never know.
We have Tommy at Smith, who's one of the only Sherborne members not to be padded up at the moment. You might have heard his mum a few minutes ago. Tom, how do you feel the bowling went for you?
Can you hear me?
Oh well, you could come a bit
My
closer.
friend's on the camera. Just got a projector.
Well, I reckon considering kind of the stage the batsmen were at, and also kind of the, I guess, missed chances, didn't bowl terribly. Like they were bowled it in a good area, so that they went for it. They went up in the air, dropped in a few places.
Do you think they should have bowled earlier?
Yeah, I think so. But my fielding was the main worry.
Yeah, I feel like the whole of the team's
I rate my fielding usually. Today it was just, admittedly, it was just in the air. It was just trash.
Yeah. Was it a bit of wind around or no real
really.
complaint?
You can't. That's definitely not an excuse.
Hit him with a pad sliding down leg. But, so you're batting low down.
I expect to go in, considering the current situation.
So if you come in with about 100 to win,
with Rupert Thomas,
knock a quick century.
15 overs. How do you address that game?
Oh God, you gotta just rack up the singles, at the start, the singles and the twos, and then you go big,
Yeah.
So yeah.
Okay.
You gotta build a partnership with someone. I think that's what's gonna win us the game. Partnership. Well, if we win.
Well, I mean, it's looking unlikely at the moment. Sherborne
You never know.
approaching that halfway stage in a few overs. Doesn't look
Well,
like
7 overs.
Yeah, doesn't look like they'll be troubling Clifton bowlers too much.
Thanks.
Say it how I see it, Tom. He comes in, bowls, and Jez leaves after almost going for that.
What were the 3 wickets? There's one straddle down leg.
When you say strangled down,
two unbelievable catches.
It was an amazing catch.
and the runner.
Yeah.
So there were 2 down leg.
No, one
No.
of them was a cut which was edged to first slip, and the keeper dived across one.
I'm trying to think what one's better. I think the second one was.
It's the men's.
Both of them were very good, and Jez just defending. So, if you came in with about 100 to win, do you think you'd try and play your shots, or would you actually try and knuckle down and play yourself in and then...
Yeah, definitely.
I've given you a dilemma there and you've replied yes.
I play myself in. Yeah.
It's a
Just fallen short. A good
little
stop in the end.
hook which is just not carried to mid-wicket.
I play myself in for probably 2 overs, 3 overs. Then
Well, presumably you will get it back because...
Yeah, it
when
is looking
Sherborne
likely.
go,
I think I'm 10.
So I look forward to seeing you bed in and play shots.
Cheers.
That's gold.
Straighter and just push
It's on the
to
front
mid
foot
off.
every single time. Is it nice to have the spectators back?
Yeah, very nice. And my grandparents here, my mum.
Nice.
So it's nice. Little
Yeah.
addition.
I talked to your mum, your sister and your grandparents.
Lovely stuff. Yeah, it just makes it feel more kind of summery. Makes it feel more real.
More real.
That's the nice part, you know. Just when you're batting, your side's batting and you're not batting, you get to just chill.
Yeah.
You know?
Have a few conversations on the boundary.
Toby Talk Williams has just commented on the grabs made by the keeper.
Which is fair enough. They were
and
unbelievable.
it's big moments like that that change a game.
Yeah. I feel like the run out, certainly Sherborne had started nicely. Moment of panic, the run out just started a mini collapse. But yeah, 2 unbelievable catches. Yeah, they're both, yeah.
Right, I might go see Corny and Ellen. You guys can head back. I'll see you at house.
We need that kind of projection up here. We've had quite a few people saying that it's very difficult to hear. Obviously in the first innings we had a bit of audio disturbance in the background. But last match at Pilgrims we had the lapel mic, which is the ones you always see on TV, which is pinned onto the jacket. Unfortunately this one we're having to do it directly into the camera, which is not ideal as the microphone doesn't pick up everything. Looks like we have a change of bowling. New left armour in, and that's the kind of line which...
Yeah, immediately straight into rhythm. Puts it exactly on the spot, and they do just need to continue building this pressure. Clifton, from Sherborne's point of view, they need to get a few shots away, but at the moment it's proving difficult.
It wasn't a good, terrible ball. It was short down the leg side.
And that's well flipped by Parnell off the pads. They'll come back for the second.
The other dude from the other end, like, he was decent, but he wasn't anything special. So that.
Oh, it's bowled in. It was one which went through the gate, maybe a little drag on, but pushed up on that line and leg, and it was exactly where I needed to put it. As we've been talking about, angling it across the batsman, just a nipping back in, and it's been misjudged.
Yeah, well,
the stumps.
the change of bowler, the change of angle has probably done for Jez there.
It's Rory Parnell, not Jez.
It was
who's
Rory.
Out.
Yeah,
He
dragged on.
departs for 3.
Dragged on. Looks like.
Sherborne teetering on the abyss of defeat here.
Yeah, it is looking like we will see Tommy Smith at some stage, which will be nice. But ultimately, Sherborne need a partnership.
It looks like Tom has actually gone to pad up, which is probably a
Wise.
wise move. Wow, the new batsman is Felix Nordover. We've talked to him obviously quite a bit about the game as a whole. Now we're going to see his game. And
Yeah, he's slightly short of runs this season,
As
as with everyone from Sherborne really. He'll be hoping to make a few today, and Sherborne really do need him to make a few.
The guy from this end who got really angry, yeah, was... No, he was... Yeah, it's good, he's a good bowler.
He's a good bowler, it's not bad.
Yeah.
He does more with the ball.
Yeah. That's great.
so, Sherborne in a big hole here at 41 for 4.
Yeah, this could be over very, very quickly if they're not careful.
Yeah, we are. I'm just watching I want to see the guy's cat. I'll see yours
In comes the bowler, and he's hitting on the pads.
Not out,
Looked
and
like it was
pitching
bouncing
outside
over.
leg, potentially bouncing over as well. Again, though, just more of a sign of nerves for Sherborne.
Oh, you can? Yeah. You can get chat.
Solid chat. Yeah. The guy, it was so deadly. The guy on this, not the bowler before, was ready to go to the barbers.
Oh, another big appeal. That looks closer again.
Just pitching outside leg.
Yeah, it's a lot fuller.
This is very difficult for Felix to play. Seems to be struggling.
What did they say to you? Actually, I didn't get a lot.
Check my mind.
This is proving a difficult task with the angle that he's bowling.
Yeah.
Seems to be accurate.
Bit of in-swing onto the
Next
pads,
ball.
and again,
Oh, it's a play and
just a
miss.
bit wider. That one didn't swing, just drew Felix into pushing at it.
He's switching up his angles, and it's working very well for him, Sherborne.
Yeah, bowling very nicely.
What's the stream?
I should say something.
That was horrendous. Chucked into net.
What's bowler's name?
Ollie Rayner.
Ollie Rayner. You got all the scores with you for me.
Yeah.
I get 50. I'll kind of go down on commentary.
Nothing nice shot, but
See how that we ran for?
yeah, I love that. This is actually not bad. This one.
Yeah, no, it's okay.
So, another change in bowling. The first one is spin for the innings.
Yeah.
First ball, Jez is on the back foot.
As soon as Jack's hit him, they said he needs to spin as well.
This one's slight appeal. Very, very nervous batting here from Sherborne.
Yeah, they just don't really. It feels like all of the hope has gone out of them really at 41 for 4. off 15 overs.
Ollie Small is watching today. Ollie, how's the match going for you?
Bloody cracking at the moment.
What?
Very well, he says.
Just a hint of sarcasm, I would say. But a bit of the spin here.
Sounds like the rev is downstairs.
Yeah.
So he comes again to Felix, who's just about shoveled that past keeper.
I was almost expecting that to be caught again, but not this time. That would have been the best of the lot if he got to that.
Reaction catch.
Yeah. Bowler turns quickly into Jez, and Jez goes for the big heave ho and misses it.
Well, you figure at this point there isn't that much to lose.
Yeah.
So, let him play his shots.
Jez, as long as that number 3 doesn't get his head.
That number 3.
Was he chatting? Which one is it? See who shagged my mind. It's called Black. It's not like this. No, it was the opening.
I've heard Clifton players
Colourful
offering
language.
some chat on the field, which again
It's fair
emphasises
enough.
the mental game of it.
At this point, being so far up in the game, you would expect a little bit of chat. Tom Smith seems to have not got the pads on,
Nice.
which is very...
An interesting choice. Left armour again, bowls.
No, definitely not. That's
Pitching outside
and probably...
bouncing over
yeah,
and missing legs.
not much going
Apart
for that
from
at all.
that, pretty dead.
Yeah, Sherborne really can't get anything going here. They almost just need a 6 or something just to liven up
Need a
the
bit more than
the
6,
crowd.
And so comes into Felix, who finally gets back on ball. Will clip away. They'll look for 2 here. Just keep it at 1.
He's only played one match, got nothing.
I was going to say the fact he's got runs out. If he didn't play for the rest of the season, no runs for the first. Did he get 4?
No, he had 2. No, he hit 1.
Is there a big chance as well?
I wouldn't say so. I'd say he's going to come straight back.
Has he got Bradford?
Sorry?
Chiefs.
Will Jez be more attacking here? Well, he leaves that one alone.
Wait, so this guy bowling? No, this guy. Thomas, mate. Yeah, me. Partnership. Yeah. And then that back
Tom's just offered an optimistic overview of the game where he and 11 hit a 100-run partnership. Comes in bowls, Jez on the drive, but it's straight to the man at mid-off, no run.
No, it's not. You can actually play the shiny Duke to attack. You used to play A. Green will have the best. Not as good as green. No, definitely not.
Yeah, but when Rayford shifted, they've got Dowling, Bedford.
You got knocked out.
Leaves this one alone, which is a bit wider.
Oh, yeah, I remember watching this.
Reminds me of sort of Mohamed Amir's action.
Yeah, well, doesn't look to be bowling any no balls at the moment. So.
It was me and Felix opening, and we just basically
So, yeah. Comes again. Jez is full, driven, but can't pierce the infield, and so the pressure will just continue to build.
Oh, no, he's not.
Oh, there you are. I gotta go.
I was fielding. down there, if I go just to the right, yeah, he said, so I'm going to have to move to the left. I was speaking to her left it. Do you come? No, I don't think it's about that. No. How much was sorry?
Spinner back on. Shorten. A lot quicker on that occasion, and Jez had come down the pitch hoping for a quick single but has to scamper back.
Would you both look at that?
And this is hit out to the sweeper for a single. Didn't connect with that as well as he might have. Like just the Sherborne needing to tick over the run rate here, needing some boundaries really, and not looking like it's coming at the moment. This one's short again.
The sky wasn't that bad. No, I know.
No, that's a. It's like a down.
Yeah, all you need to do is keep the run rate. It's increasingly large. I think the only hope we've got is that Jez goes points. Jez goes nuts. He's done it before. What's the
And again, a bit of a flight this time and just tap back down the pitch.
I'm sort of going. It's like that. Yeah. I played like that.
And that's drinks. So a bit of a break for Sherborne batsmen, which is much appreciated, I'm sure, after the time they've just endured.
But then it got quite. It got. A lot better. Here you go.
I just saw your wicket. What? How was that? That catch?
It was a good catch, but the shot was a bit
half-hearted.
like it wasn't.
Yeah.
Maybe. This is coded up. But Liv and Ozzy is getting us some stuff.
Yeah, your presents. I remember you telling me about those.
That's kind of yeah. Oh my god, I hope. I think it's looking alright.
Yeah, that's the plan. If it's raining, then we might.
If it's raining, yeah, we might have to. One bit down.
We have one, and we have a marquee as well. Yeah. Like, no, we're not eating inside.
Yeah, no, I like
No, if the weather's not nice, if the weather's nice, we'll sit outside. If it's raining, we'll sit inside.
Oh, let's no, let's do that. Yeah, that sounds better. That sounds better. Yeah, but for you, just put a shirt on then. Oh, look, wait, whoa. No, actually, if it's like, you can't have it in your bowl.
Okay, maybe it is inside, but we're back, so 12.
Did you have to wait? Oh.
I know barbecue so much. Huh? Where are the seconds going? We'll do a barbecue. What do we actually have in ours? I'm not really organised that well. And also, we don't have to buy. The shop's closed on bank holiday. Monday.
No.
Yes. So we have to buy it in advance. It's on Sunday, and Sunday shops. We could have that. Depends how much stuff. If we completely over, it's probably be another hour and a half at least. We'll be fine. Say 2 hours. I don't even have an idea of what it is.
It's such a different idea.
Got a lot. Yeah. But then if it's raining, then we definitely go.
So basically, it's either inside or out.
All the matches on the floor. We've got a lot of matches. We've got about 12. Thank you.
Resuming again after the drinks break. Sherborne have got 6 wickets in hand here, and too many runs really. Looking unlikely that they're going to get anywhere near this total, but we'll wait and see.
There's a lot of playing with the other boys. I was about 4, literally I'm less than most days. No breaks, big one.
Huh?
Can't be having a break.
Yeah, we should have a little break.
Can they still hear you?
Yeah.
Still hear you?
What do you think so far?
4.
You went.
And really describe it. Yeah.
We just don't have enough time to practice against like really good opponents. So. There's just always like realistically, if we face
You just can't get frustrated.
There's just
Really, what you do?
he almost shoulder parted me and just shut. I nicked it, and you know when we ran 4,
Yeah.
he stood right in the middle of the pitch and shouted me, "Look where you're going." He was like, "I can't look when you're just in the way." And then when I got out, I nicked it, good catch, walking off. He comes and runs and shouts right in my, I can't remember what he said. He shouts right in my face. Yeah. No, the kid,
I love it when the
he's a fifth former. No, the kid's fifth former, so I just do it with him.
I love when the wiki like it's actually nice to
Yeah, the keeper.
makes it so much.
The worst thing is when there's a spinner, keeper's up.
Yeah. Yeah, it's so annoying.
Classic.
Fair enough. How many beers is that? 800 last week. You like? May as well just come here rather than watch that one.
Spinner. Carrying on for Clifton here. They'll be trying to finish Sherborne off relatively quickly and get back on the bus. You would think Sherborne will be hoping for a bit more resistance.
Yeah, he's not wrong. Yeah, he's not wrong.
Left alone nicely there. And Will Jones is back.
Some more food.
Yeah. Some crisps that are downstairs.
Couldn't find them. Not much progress since I've been away. Just a couple of runs added.
Yeah, it is. It is like a bit more round like you, but less
A bit flatter this time, just nudged into the offside.
When I was younger, they gave me down in Cornwall. I would
What do you reckon Sherborne will be trying to get out of the rest of this game?
Well, I mean,
bat the full 40, or
if you're, yeah, I reckon that's what they've got to do. I mean, they can push 150, I reckon, if they bat incredibly well from now on. And Jez does get one through the gap, and it will go for 4.
one of the first fours of Sherborne's innings there. Might be the What's on?
That's just fact.
It's just facts one. Yeah.
So far in this
Nice shot,
horror
Roger.
Sherborne battle.
Tom, we'll be hoping for you to hit a few.
We're looking to the tail to wag a bit. We've got Thomas and Hewitt Smith to come. Going to play some shots. Thomas, which tail ender would you compare yourself to as a batsman?
I'd say Stuart Broad.
Stuart Broad. He's quite a big hitter.
Yeah.
Tom, what about you?
No, I'd say
Jasper Bumrah.
Yeah, I was about to say Bumrah. Yeah.
Chris Woke.
Chris Wokes.
Interesting.
Well, we will see.
So Broad and Woke's yet to come.
Left arm comes in. He's caused quite a lot of problems for Sherborne so far. It's nicely flicked away.
I mean, if he's having trouble with the left-hander coming in at him, maybe tucking him up, maybe just create a bit of room for yourself by moving your feet a bit so you can pull out the pull shot a bit easier. At this point, it's essentially a net session for the batsman trying to...
Bowlers trying to get as many wickets to their name as possible. Batsmen trying to occupy some decent time at the crease. It's good batting conditions at the moment. Or is that
beauty?
some
Straight
fantastic
through,
delivery.
Jez.
Just tailed back in towards the end.
Nothing to do.
Yeah, it's perfect batting conditions here.
Well, yeah,
Sun.
in terms of weather. Clouds quite high in the sky now. Going to come up, talk about your cricket?
That's quite rude.
If there was one fact you had to pin this down to, the reason why Sherborne aren't doing so well, what would it be?
Tricky question. Numerous.
Well, I'm saying one.
You could say there are numerous. I'd say quite a big bit of it is arguably our fielding aspect. We never really looked at it in the field. See, lots of misfields from the off.
Where's the mic?
Sorry guys, I am supposed to be here.
You may not
Yeah,
notice,
lots of
but
misfields from the
people
start.
just subtly entered through the door.
Left armour comes again.
It is again cramping him a bit for room. The reason why he can't get that shot away is because that front leg's in the way. I maybe just going to think he's got to give himself a bit.
Yeah. Maybe open his stance up a bit.
I booked it last year.
Yeah, Clifton keeping a very tight field here on the offside. If anything is wide, you would expect. Well, and it has been difficult for Sherborne to pierce it, as that's wide again. Jez has a go at it, but plays and misses.
Okay, I was about to snap. Oh. Tom, don't swear.
What's that area?
What?
Oh, here you go. Jamie. Yeah, come to the chat.
Where's the mic? Can I come to the chat?
Mike's up here, you can have a little chat. Lee, what were you up to this afternoon? What was your games?
I had a bit of played a 15 over game on the pitch down with the not very good wicket. Hit 12 myself, nice little 6. Almost hit
Big
balls.
appeal and it's gone.
Oh, who's that?
Took a while for the umpire to give that.
Not the best they've shown.
Ollie Smith now comes to the crease.
Come on, Ollie!
That's disappointing. Just looked to really go on with the arm there.
Sorry.
But another one departs for Sherborne.
Weather's got better, it's a good thing.
Weather has improved. Lucky to get a game. There are some downstairs. Thank you, Ollie. Yeah, Ollie Smith, Jez Meekin needing to put on quite a partnership here, you would think.
Unlucky Felix!
Felix goes early on his innings, trapped LBW. Difficult for Sherborne to really get away at the moment. Pressure is being kept on by Clifton.
I haven't got a partnership going yet.
I've not got a partnership going small.
Need a partnership to get going, don't we, Billy?
Need to rotate the strike as well, which is proving difficult. Clifton keeping the field very tight.
What rubbish are they putting on the mic these days? They're just letting anyone up.
Well, I think what Clifton did quite well is, their opening batsmen did a good innings, and it sort of sets a good tempo for the rest of the day.
Thanks for that.
Because after that, they can just. There's not so much pressure on the batsmen, which is I feel like we're.
I didn't think of that.
For example, the number 4
Sherborne play a bit of whack on
around.
He's bowling very accurately.
Ollie Smith, of course, got out to a spinner last match, trying to sweep a straight one. If you went in right now, Louis, what kind of shots would you be playing? What sort of approach would you take?
Personally, I think they've got some tight fielding going on.
No, we're still on.
What?
We're still on. Can't have a chat.
They've got some tight fielding going on.
Yeah.
I think the far boundary is looking.
Cow corner.
Yeah, cow corner. It's looking tempting.
Is it? You You're eyeing up a big hit. You're looking to break one of those windows across the street.
Probably, maybe 2.
How many did you say you scored this afternoon?
Got a nice 12, solid 6.
You hit 6?
Hit a lovely 6.
Okay.
It was an athletics pitch, so the boundary was about 5 meters.
Who eventually got you out?
I got out by one on the twins. Quite quick bowlers.
Yeah.
That would have been Harry Thomas.
No, the other twins.
Oh right, I was about to say. Oh right.
No, the other twins.
What other twins? Oh, seniors.
No, the other twins.
The
Oscar
and
quite short ones. In Wallace, Denhams, that's it.
Yeah.
I had the first one the first over, played it quite safe, and then I
They built up quite a good partnership, but Small broke that with a cracking little wicket.
Small really set tempo for wickets.
Cheers.
Big deal with the Chris eating.
I'm hungry.
Field creeping in, driven by Jez. It's not quite out the middle.
How long has Jez been in for now?
Been in
been in
on
for a while.
14 off about 40 balls.
Yeah, it's been difficult for Sherborne to rotate the strike.
He should be starting to get his arm for it now.
It's been difficult for Sherborne, full stop.
Yeah, I think we can all agree with that. They've all bowled very tightly for Clifton.
Big day for the football tomorrow, really.
Big day for Liverpool, yeah.
Liverpool, Crystal Palace.
Liverpool 100%.
Who are Leicester playing?
Tottenham.
And Chelsea.
Aston Villa.
Who beat Leicester?
It'll be a good game.
Liverpool are 100% going to make top 4. 100%.
Really?
Yeah.
Right.
Although Palace are our bogey team, we're not going to bottle it against them.
This is the first time Liverpool in the top 4 since, what is it, February or something? No.
Probably,
Yeah,
yeah.
I think it's November.
February.
Really?
Yeah. But right now it's cricket that Sherborne needs to be focusing on. As Jez trying to put a few more runs on the ball for Sherborne, but not really managing to time that one too well.
I think you have to be enough. If you want to.
Felix, your analysis of your innings?
I'll try and keep it PG.
Yeah.
A familiar story for Sherborne after a disappointing season. This is not how they'll have wanted to bring it to a close. We still have a few matches to go, but we won't be seeing the upper sixth in the team for a while.
Ever?
For a while. Jez looking to hit the ball, but he just seems to find the fielder every ball.
Yeah. Does usually happen when you're struggling. You can't pierce the field either. Clifton are keeping everyone up, not really putting anyone on the boundary. It's proving difficult.
More spin.
Spinner continues. Must be nearing the
Nearing his
end of his end of
allocation.
both of their spells. You would think, so that's just been.
In theory, this is still a strong pair for Sherborne. Jez and Carl Smith at the crease.
Yeah. Well, I don't think Sherborne have scored quickly enough to really have a chance unless something ridiculous happens. And
With our luck, they'll be out in the next ball.
cheers for that, Louis.
Precise analysis.
Cheers, Jeff. What do we think points to improve on in the future?
100% fielding needs work. I'm sure it will be worked on over the week.
Quite a bit of it is mentality, though.
Yeah.
I agree.
I commented straight away on how Sherborne, when they were fielding, they moved around slowly,
Yeah.
and that sort of set a dull tone to their fielding, which led to mistakes. Whereas if you look at Clifton's fielding, it's been quick, it's been energetic, it's been loud.
Yeah, that's a
what
very
you
good
want
point. Straight away, you did say it in Sherborne's innings, and as soon as we got to Clifton first over, they whipped round very quickly. Wanted to do everything at a quicker pace than Sherborne.
More people coming up with lunches.
Will's just gone off to get some more food for the commentators as the spinner comes in again. That's just been turned away. Singles. Felix looking like he's going to come over and join me. How was the pitch playing over there, Felix? Obviously,
It
you
was
didn't.
quite. I don't know, it wasn't consistent. Because I had one which shot up, the other one you kept low. It's starting to dry up, though,
Yeah.
which is a sign of good things.
Definitely the ball coming on a bit easier onto the bat than maybe anticipated, or is it still quite slow?
Poor stop selection, and then I got punished for the result.
Yeah. LBW looked pretty plumb as well.
As soon as I missed out.
Yeah.
Bit harsh, do you think?
No. Having, because I just said it was plum, I doubt it was harsh.
So for the more experienced cricket viewers, we have Lewis Smith Bingham. It was plum.
Doing a bit more slogging of the ball might do it for Sherborne next time.
Just got to play on natural innings.
I think the boundary had a bit of an easy day with us. Less action.
What are you on about, dude? Well, it's difficult. I mean, Clifton have bowled very well. There's 2 fantastic catches from their keeper, have really given them the momentum they've never let go.
This bowlers put it in a good area.
Yeah,
Consistent.
they just haven't deviated. Some of the Will and I mentioned when Sherborne were bowling is that's not quite connected with by Jez again.
They've had a good season, Clifton, haven't they?
Been alright. Couple of wins.
I assume it was alright.
Beat 3 Foresters. We beat Taunton. Lost to Milford Mayors.
Yeah, they really have just kept it very tight. Haven't given Sherborne anything at all, and that's just worked into the onside.
Oh, it's only water.
Need Jez to stick around to.
That's third lunch of the day, Billy.
I wonder why we didn't get any lunches.
The Sherborne catering department listening in. Food good. Say 9 out of 10.
Good pork pie currently in my
Good
mouth.
crunch on the pork pie.
Well, I wouldn't say crunch, I'd say, yeah, it's alright.
You get a nice cheese string with it as well.
Love that from you, James.
Good job.
That's one for the viewers at home.
I think you generally just say, when you say, if you,
Where's the microphone?
On the fan.
You do a proper ride on the radio.
it gets the point.
No, it's left on.
No. It's a big swing and miss there.
Lost
Again,
lacking concentration there, I'd say.
Yeah, again, just a consistent line and length is what Clifton have done so well.
If he had down and played that, he was looking for a cover. It's a big thing with cricket, one lack of concentration, and then you're sitting in the pavilion for the next hour and a half. So it's a grueling game.
That's just
Back foot punched it past the bowler.
We might see people to the pace in the next few minutes.
yeah. I think they've been trying to do that for a couple of overs, but just can't really get it through the infield. Not scoring quickly enough for Clifton to drop the field back.
Yeah, Jez might be getting his eye now, so.
It's a good field for the bowling. They're tightly all very no silly mistakes, unlike us. Solid all round.
Do you feel like if Sherborne had been a bit more clinical in the field, you would have kind of just gives you guys that energy, a bit of momentum to take into the
Yeah, I'd
batting?
say it's obvious. If you make a misfield or a silly mistake in the field, it can almost decrease the motivation of fellow teammates and fellow fielders. And I say if we were more clinical, maybe took our catches, maybe myself including, fielded a bit more sharply, and maybe could have restricted them to a total under 200. Just puts that through cow corner.
And that is
Billy's had all of it.
just going to trundle to the boundary.
We're going to bowl over the road.
Had 2.
That's 4 penny worth for Jez Meeker, who moves on to 18.
Yeah, it's been a slow burner this for Jez Mika. That's a nice shot. Might get him going, as Louis said earlier. Might get him to accelerate.
It's just something looking to maybe manipulate the field now, Jez, and pick it where he wants to go.
Yeah, he just wants to get the field to be pushed back a bit. That's flighted and punched down the ground. That might go for another 4. And it will.
Textbook that.
That's much better from
Kids
Jez.
at home getting into cricket, that's what you want to be doing.
I'll let you decide whether to take Louis' advice or not, but that was a very nice shot, it must be said, back down the ground.
Have you noticing his last few moments?
Again, a big uphill, looking like it's sliding, and it is sliding.
Down low, I would say.
Clifton field has been creeping in last few minutes, but I think after that shot he might be edging out a bit more.
I think you should leave. Louis, I'm ordering you to leave. We don't have poor chat here. Change of angle. Going around the wicket to Jez, and that's just flicked for a single.
The man indeed.
Bit of whippage off the hips there.
Not even going to.
Oh my god, what's he
Come back round to Ollie, I think, the change of angle. Looking to Jez now.
Yeah, potentially just an idea for Jez there, looking to push Ollie a bit wider.
It's well left by Ollie Castleman. I think that round the wicket angle to Jez Meeker, especially with the slower bowlers, would put him maybe where he's not so comfortable. He's very comfortable and very confident there through the offside, which can be one of his weaknesses. Left arm continues to
It's going to continue to go again. This has to be surely one of the last overs of a spell. But he's bowled so consistently.
It's been a good. I don't think he's given one wide away.
I think some of the sort of left arm unorthodox spinning we've seen today is
The
slightly
sus
thrown.
chungus imposter. I just want to quit by saying that.
Oh, Jonas, I'll just forget what I was saying.
Yeah, I think you're the only one that's waffling here.
Some leg cutters you see.
Definitely something they're trying to keep as a shine on the ball. Needs to make good use of it as well as the light wind. Goes across and over his head.
Lovely four. Down the wicket.
Yeah, just punch back down the ground over the top.
That's lovely from Sherborne. The quality's there now, just a bit late.
Right, Louis, you've been replaced.
Louis, thank you for your work.
No,
It's been Louis
no, thanks.
Sky Sports. Ah!
Louis, what's your Snapchat?
Yeah.
My mother's watching this. PV.
Oh, yes.
Drop
Thank
my-
you, Mrs.
drop my
Norwood,
tip.
for your text.
His left armour comes in again.
Jez is really looking to start playing shots here, isn't he?
Yeah, Jez just trying to do a similar thing there, looking to go back down the ground again. This time didn't quite work out.
Billy is currently eating a sandwich surreptitiously while trying to commentate simultaneously. Felix has unwrapped a cheese stick. All around good vibes.
Just heard the bell for 6 o'clock.
Cheers. Does that mean you can leave?
That's time for me to go.
Thank you, Louis.
This is big on Sky Sports.
Unsurprisingly, Louis.
That is my bell for my course work, which is due right now, and I haven't done it.
Which course, which subject?
Entrepreneurship.
Mr. Bedford, I'm very sorry.
Yeah, I think an apology over live stream will probably do the trick.
If you're watching this, it will be done tomorrow.
Down the hill. No real desire to try and smash Sherborne to victory here.
Something they look to do, especially that left arm come and attack the pads.
Yeah, I saw you facing the left hand. What was it like? What was the most difficult aspect of facing?
It was just that awkward angle of the left arm round. And it's always,
Was there any swing?
There was a bit of in-swing as well as the drift from the wind. It was been a bit windy and picked up on. He's getting the nice one. He's gone away.
Yeah, well, I mean, he really hasn't given anything away, and he's on the money again there.
He hasn't given much. As James demonstrating perfectly how to play it.
Yeah. We should have a race on here.
We got the new one.
That can't be up,
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how Sherborne go about the rest of their innings. Probably just really looking for a bit of practice, you would think, time in the middle. Have you first got a game in the week?
Gosh, I do not know. I'm going to pass you over to
I don't know.
Have a look. Look it up.
Louis Vina. Charlie Collins here, who is a recent addition to the third squad. Charlie, how's the match been going in your eyes?
I think the match is doing great for Clifton members. Sherborne, absolutely atrocious. I think we've been unlucky not to hit any more runs on the door. I think.
If there was one aspect of Sherborne's game you could change, what would it be?
I wasn't here for the start of the innings. I don't know how quickly we took it, but I say definitely at the moment we need to pick up the pace a lot.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's not.
Lovely
It's
shot.
just pulls that might
But
get a
then
couple,
again-
but they just go for. No, but I think they're just really looking to rotate the strike. They're feeling like the game's gone. They're just looking, which it probably is, looking at the score. They're just looking to get a bit of net practice, especially for Ollie Smith here, who will be looking to.
Charlie, say you're in the net. You're talking about increased run rate. Say you're in the nets and you're not necessarily getting out the middle. What do you change about your game to try and hit the runs more fluently?
You know, it's all mentality.
Oh, I think that was
midfield. The edge has gone through. It's a very difficult chance. Charlie Collins might have taken it on a good day.
It's either dropped or fallen just short. Difficult to tell from here, but
Would have been
a chance
to
nonetheless.
take.
Sherborne wouldn't have missed that one.
Well, I think they would, considering their fielding earlier, if we're being honest.
So back to you, Charlie. Yeah, I didn't quite get an answer.
What's the question, sir?
So if you're in the nets and you're quite middling it, how do you increase your run rate? What do you change about your game?
I always middle it. That's the trick about it.
Thank you, Charlie.
Do you win, Watson? Do you win? What happened? Just confirmation there, seconds facing a loss.
So seconds didn't win.
Carl Smith looks to have a charge in.
Clifton on the
Yeah,
win.
so seconds didn't win. First, not looking like they're going to win. All round a fantastic day for Sherborne so far.
Can't rule it out.
So
That's all a bit of a
almost defeated in that.
I think it follows out there now batting. I think hitting something unexpected would be what you go for.
What would be unexpected?
I think maybe a big swing, Dilshang, reverse sweep.
Which of those is your favourite shot? What's your favourite shot to play?
Oh, my favourite is a cover drive.
Is it?
It's just, the sound
When
of
you
the bat.
middle one?
Yeah, just complete middle one. It gives a great sounding bat. A lot of satisfaction. But yeah, out there in cover drive won't do it now. Needs a bit more.
Yeah.
We didn't get
Well, I'm sure Sherborne will have lots of questions to think about after this game finishes and we go off to our respective houses tonight. There'll be players questioning the batting in particular, which seems to be subpar, but also the fielding, which has let us down.
and looking like a new bowler coming on here to try and get a few more wickets.
Have you humbled yourself back into the commentary team?
He hasn't.
Lose our third man.
He's been far.
What do you think we'll see from the captain, Rafe?
Sorry, what did you say?
What do you think we might see from the captain, Rafe, changing in the next match to give us the edge over our opponents? Bit of switch around in the team sheet.
That's a really good question.
Right.
That is a good question.
Why don't you go and ask him yourself?
I think, and this is just a personal view, I think the first are they like to be comfortable with the players they selected. They don't like to think outside the box. They like to pick players which they know have played for the first before and are rated good players on paper. What I think they need to do is pick some players who have been performing well but aren't usually considered first team players. I think for too long there's been this sort of community of a first team and no consideration of outsiders. So I'd like to see some maybe younger players.
Maybe Will Senior.
Maybe
Will Senior might get a debut.
He's certainly in the mix.
Ollie Senior getting a call.
I think there are certainly some people in the fifth form who deserve a chance. I mean, Cam's been a good,
Strong addition.
strong addition to the first team squad. I think that we have people like Rupert Thomas who've come into it. But yeah, I'd like to see more of the younger generation and less of the upper sixth and lower sixth just because they're in the sixth form.
Yeah, I think Rory Parnell might get the boot.
Yeah, well,
As a Venus Day.
time will tell. I think all of them have been a bit out of form this season.
Felix Northover, he might have to go as well.
Felix Northover he's a good player, but he's just not been. He's not his day.
another potential youngster out there, Charlie Collins.
Charlie Collins is an up-and-coming player, so they say.
I disagree.
Charlie,
I would say
what is it about you that makes you so elite in this format?
Consistency.
Consistent.
That's what we need.
Dedication.
And quick runs.
Quick running. Quick runs. Would you consider yourself more of a batsman or a bowler?
Oh, batsman, mate. Some refer to me as Chris Gale.
Absolutely not. You watch me for 5 balls.
Okay. Where do you bat?
Oh no!
3, 4.
That's my number.
Preferably in front of the wicket. You can't bowl a lead batting.
Yeah. Fortunately, I am out with a knee injury at the moment.
Which is a great struggle.
How do you mean an
First
interview
time I had a chance this game.
Absolutely.
How do you mean an interview?
And now Jez does go aerial. There's a chance. It's gone all the way.
Just getting my iron at the moment with the thirds.
How's fifths cricket?
But yeah, just warming up the knee.
Rory Parnell's
I'll be back
joining
in
us. Rory, how was that back for you?
Not good. Felt good to start, but then obviously the bowler's got in my head and played a ball shot.
I heard there was a bit of sledging going on. Did you experience any of that?
Yeah, a lot. None to be repeated. But
Yeah.
I think I heard a bit of insight. Rory saw a rather pretty girl on the side. And
yeah,
got a bit distracted.
that's just the usual.
That is a common reason.
What's her name?
for getting
South
out of Africa.
Ali. Katrina.
No, got a bit distracted by Louis from the first time.
Very unfortunate.
Off the air.
Oh, we on?
Thanks Rory for joining us.
I did tell you.
I didn't know we were on.
Obvious.
We are still on.
Do you think we might see some fifth form come up while when the sixth go?
Definitely.
Any names at the moment?
They're going to go. I reckon Harry Bedford's got a good chance.
Harry Bedford, strong.
Haven't yet seen any decent performance from the batsmen.
I think
so,
Billy for first match.
Harry Watson potential.
No, I disagree with that. Thank you. I think he's a bit of a dark horse. You never know with him.
I heard he hit a big six today.
He's a bit
speaking of
goes for the big heave,
big shots,
and
didn't quite come off.
He's
a bit of a trump card, Harry Watson.
That's one ball, 6. Next ball, same ball, trebled on stuff.
That's enough. Thank you very much, Harry Watson.
Cheers for the interlude.
Thanks for sharing.
The first
Watson,
thing
why don't you say that to the seconds commentary team?
Louis, mate, you're the fifth commentary team.
Louis, you don't have a consistent.
As the spinner comes in,
That's
flicked around the corner by Carl Smith, no run taken. And now the third's got on.
If you had to say a piece of advice for the batsman today, what would you say?
Well, we were discussing this earlier. We talked about rotating the strike quite a lot, and it is difficult. We obviously don't know the pitch because we haven't played on it. But
It's a different atmosphere up here than out there.
yeah, exactly. So I think it would be
lighter.
it would be injudicious of us to try and make
It's
an
obviously
evaluation.
difficult chasing such a big total. There's pressure on you immediately. An early run out
Yeah,
always makes it tricky.
I think that strike rotation and quick singles are going to be crucial in building a base for that chase.
Yeah, certainly.
It'd be nice to have a crowd in watching you.
Yeah,
Definitely.
obviously a bit distracting, but
Distracting.
it's nice.
Distracting.
Nice to have parents back.
What is it? How does it affect the pressure of that team?
What's you got?
Because that's something we're
You got.
struggling with.
Yeah, I'd say so. So obviously you got more people watching, so just inevitably results in. Who's the bowler?
No, he's not up here.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, he's
Yeah,
over there.
we love that.
We've lost the umpires.
We have lost a few people.
So, Will, if you had to bring one person up from the seconds or thirds, who would it be?
Himself.
All thirds.
Billy
It's a
Stevens.
good question. I would have said Louis, but he's not in the thirds or seconds.
Knee injury.
Or the fourth.
Yeah.
Or even the fifth. He's in the
Or even a worthy competitor.
I would like to see, and it's difficult for me because I'm not actually in the seconds, so I don't know.
I think James Sanders is a good contender.
I mean, he's a good
Yeah,
shout,
right.
but I wouldn't.
No, I mean on a serious note, I would say Harry Bedford, Will Senior, that kind of people. Because that's missed time. He probably
Yeah,
does deserve a
certainly.
I think
chance.
Ollie's
bit of a
senior as
deceptive
well.
card.
He's been
Yeah.
dropped, obviously.
Do you think we might see the rotation again?
policy?
I think Felix Northover has been rough since this recently.
Felix Northover hasn't been great.
A bit more time in the...
No, obviously I'm not going to comment on who I take out. It would
Star player in the
on
first team
situation.
this season.
I'll take
so
one for the
far.
team. I'll take myself.
Tommy Smith. It was an alright game, but he's got to go again.
We might point out that Jez is not too far away from 50 here. In fact, he scores correct. He goes for the big shot. So don't run in.
You're not quite middling them. It's not been the most fluent of 40s.
Certainly plopping a lot nicely.
He'll be flopping.
Plodding. Cheers.
I think he's batting for the average now.
Yeah, I think Jez will admit it's not been his best innings. He is trying to have a go at the spinners now as he goes again.
You'll take the runs
And
though, won't
that's
you? That,
in the gap.
Not gonna.
Two more.
I'm going. Boundaries be hard to please.
Yeah.
Been hard to please.
Pierce.
What should that be?
That's what I found. Bit slow, so I got out.
Did you? Jez seems to be holding the strike a bit.
Well, he's on.
You think we might see Jez come up the runnings? The linings?
Come up the lines?
Yeah.
I reckon we might.
Up the wicket? Yeah, he's proven himself to be rather a safe batsman.
Well, he's on 42, so I'm assuming if you can get his 50, which...
He's been bowled. Oh. He's gone for the big heave to the straight one, and he's missed it, and the stumps have been
I have to say that was...
castled.
Bat's going to be flying.
That is the commentator's phone.
There are only 10 overs to go. You'd have to say he could have probably just knocked it around and tried to get 50 there, but...
Unfortunately,
He's tried to do the honourable thing and chase down 2-3-1.
Charlie Will's the next batsman lining up.
Sherborne lose another, 84 for 6.
Another one bites the dust.
It just looks like this chase is getting out of their hands a bit. They still require from the last 10 overs.
Wait, down,
Tom,
up for an interview.
you need to score at least 30.
Up for an interview, mate.
I want him for it.
Pass the ball, let me see if we
Yeah, we don't want you either.
They're talking to the good batsman.
Rory, you've got to go, mate.
Right.
Had it, Jez. You've got a moment, let's get an interview.
Get in front of the camera.
Ooh.
That is a pigeon.
Bit of a flying one.
Don't usually see them.
No, not in England.
Spinners.
Really trying to get pigeon.
First ball now, Phil.
Oh, swept. And
Well
swept past the fielder. Try and pick up
Ooh,
2.
great sliding fish.
Hat comes off. Not a very nice one. We'll pick it back up. Shut up. Where's Clifton?
Saying that on the Clifton live stream, Louis is just attractive a hold.
Louis, I think you need to leave.
Tell you it's a dress.
And it's a full toss.
Off the field, but not gotten through the field.
Not quite good enough.
It would have been a hell of a catch if you had taken it. Maybe
Unfortunately, the more people we seem to have in the commentary box, the level of quality decreases.
Tom Motherhead, do you want to come up for a little pre-innings?
No, we don't have anyone on the job catch.
too many cooks spoil the broth.
Well, mate, you trouble. Goodbye.
You see my one?
Yeah.
Right under it as well.
What do you make of that miscatch, Rory?
So there's something spinning.
Oh, chipped in the air.
No, safe. That's well played. In the gap.
Charlie Wills looking secure at the crease.
It's been looking good in the nets recently, actually.
Has he?
Yeah.
What sort of innings are we expecting from him today?
Big innings.
Bidding, yeah, fair. Full toss,
Ooh,
has a go at it.
Gets one away.
Cloths it.
Gets off the mark early.
Sweet
Clean
goal.
one.
I can tell you when he gets striking the ball, that ball does.
Tom, 50 from you?
Yeah.
Here we've got Tom Rotheroe for a pre-batting interview.
We've got Tom Rotheroe, Tommy
What
Smith,
are you
and
doing, Louis?
Rupert Thomas still left. Able batsman.
Yeah, we're going to need it.
Next year we're going to be batting all the way to 11.
No, but
A
Yeah.
bit different this year, but just needs
Dragged
a
down.
year to
Oh,
Pulls the
Brilliant,
way.
well played
That's
shot.
It does run all the way.
Four runs.
Excellent.
That was hit with a lot more conviction there.
Yeah.
A
Nicely
glimmer of
pulled
hope
away.
for Sherborne.
Cosmo's an excellent batsman. In the net's been looking really solid throughout the week.
Who hasn't been looking solid in that?
No one.
Oh,
Surely there's a week.
theoretically, we should have all done really well.
It doesn't work like that.
Quote from Mr. Pardo: "If you've been batting as well as you have in the nets, you would have won all your games by now."
Well,
So
yeah.
is that to you?
Yeah, that's what he said to me.
Yeah, everyone's been batting well in the nets.
So it's got to be, as Will Jonas said earlier, a mental game.
Yeah, it will be a mental thing.
Certainly. Only a few people in the team been getting out to the bowlers. Lots of players. getting
Yeah,
out.
and I mean, as
Getting out
I
to,
said earlier, posting a big total is always
I've
difficult.
got Ollie Senior coming up for an interview.
A little.
Well, in previous years, when your batting hasn't been quite where it was, what do you do to correct it? And what would you say to other batsmen?
So what I do usually is just take a deep reflection of how much.
So big appeal.
Sit him in
Oh,
front.
nice
give
goal.
him-
Unlucky.
I was about to say that it looked like it was.
Charlie gone for 2.
Now we've got Tom Rotherham.
About to say that it looked like it might not have been given.
Pirates drop things.
That's probably.
Just.
Yeah, so I'll just have a deep reflection of how my batting performance is.
Yeah, that one looked pretty plumb, to be honest. I did think for a minute that the umpire wasn't going to give it.
Playing across to a straight one.
Yeah. Not.
That is how Ollie Carr-Smith got down in the last match.
No. It is. Sweeping a straight one.
Come on, Tom, let's see it, mate.
Tom Rotherham. The first of 2 Toms to come.
Ollie Carr-Smith coming out to greet him.
Well,
And what's the mindset here of Ollie Carr-Smith? Does he try and play for the runs, or does he just have a swing for fun?
Plays for the
I think he is an average man. He plays for the average.
You describe him as average.
Well, that he will happily get a nice average here. What do you think, Jonas, if you could guess what words are going between the mouths now? What would you say?
I think just discussion about we've got what 8 overs left. No realistic chance of a win here.
No.
Let's just have a bit of fun.
Give them a run for their money.
No, I think what's going through their heads
not
right
a run
now.
for their money because
Well,
they've won,
run for what money's left.
which is none. But
Only 100.
I like where your head's at. 140
Lou,
runs,
this is some
exactly
fantastic
win,
analysis.
48 balls.
16 and over. That would hurt.
Brilliant.
16 over would get you there.
Not possible.
I know for certain these boys have 16 and over.
Well, they've brought the field in. There's plenty of space to aim at.
What are you thinking?
Literally fingering all the time.
That's how you think it's about.
There's off spinner. Comes again, nice flight. And just good press forward.
This is some orthodox.
Yep. Orthodox just means normal. Oh, that's gone through everything. I'll be by.
Off the mark for a leg bite.
No, I think it is bars, so he won't get off the mark.
It might be leg buys. He looks like umpire looks like he's about to signal something. Just buys. So
Cheers, umps.
umpire being on form today. We talked earlier about his wides. He was a bit inconsistent on giving wides. But apart from that, he's got his decisions pretty dead on. Would you say?
Yeah, well, I'd say it
Not been
hasn't
too difficult
necessarily
decisions.
made, not too many difficult to play. That's just tucked into the leg side.
Yeah.
It's down in the bottom stairs.
Lovely bits of fun. Down there.
You guys will have a little bit.
It's been a long day for the umpire, but I think,
Yeah, you've got to wonder, standing in the field for 80 overs,
yeah.
we might not get there at this rate, but would you ever want to become an umpire?
I think I'm more of a pundit myself.
Billy sniggering in the background.
You could retire as an umpire.
People might disagree.
Yeah, maybe.
They should mic you up as an umpire and you can give your opinion while on field. So a continuation of spin. We haven't seen pace for some time on the field. It's a leg spin.
That's dragged away a bit.
Yeah, it has.
Leg spin.
There didn't seem to be much turn when Sherborne were bowling. Did you notice anything different?
No.
Is the pitch spin?
Yeah, second turning a lot more.
Oh,
You
that's
see it dries out. Ball's not going to stick as much, which doesn't actually.
We see a use of the feet there from Ollie Carl-Smith. We could be in for a few more aggressive shots. That cow corner looking very attractive right now.
It's been bowled.
He's either hit his own wickets or
Hit his own wicket.
No, he's missed the ball.
No, I think it was just bowled.
It's gutting for Ollie.
he got a start of a few runs.
Now we've got
And Tom Smith
Tom
comes in.
Smith,
He's
Smith,
big,
might
big
his last ever game.
Peter Crouch into
Louis,
Tom
seriously,
Smith
get
is on the
on.
prospect
Get
of
off.
being dropped in the next game.
No, I am joking. Tom is a confident batsman.
He
We know he's
certainly
got it
is
in him.
I've been seeing him in bar yard recently, he's looking solid.
How we do have seen it.
Yeah, no, don't worry, mate.
Cheers, Roy. But yeah, hopefully Tom can put enough for you here.
He said to me he'd want to play himself in, and then he'd want to accelerate a bit. So I guess we're about to see.
Yeah, crypto market having a bit of
Oh God, what is wrong with you?
But yeah, looking rough.
How about the other fixtures today? Do you know about tennis?
No.
Yeah, I heard a bit about the tennis. Josh Campbell absolutely peltering his opponents.
Peltering?
Yeah,
Peltering. You know the word peltering.
He's just been on form with the
It
tennis.
means to pelter.
He's quite an unorthodox tennis player.
Just because you've learned the word orthodox,
Louis,
doesn't mean
seriously.
you just use it whenever you want.
Can you honestly get over that?
Yeah, Louis, get it.
Shocking.
By the way, you're not meant to get that.
Leg spinner.
That is
in.
true.
Tommy Smith almost bowled
Alright,
around
so
his
why?
legs first.
Leaving round the legs.
Boys, let's go easy, baby.
Wouldn't want that to happen.
That would be interesting.
It's a good leave.
Yeah, hopefully Tom can score a couple. I'm envisaging him dancing down the pitch and hitting it into the houses, but we'll see. That's just a solid
He
ball.
has survived one ball.
Two actually, mate.
One of them was a wide.
Yeah, still a ball.
Boys, come on.
Guys, we're in a commentary team.
Wow. and unfortunately, Louis is on that.
Oh, they think about the single. He's in trouble.
Yes, no, maybe. Oh, he's back.
Interesting, talking about a bit of running issues. Rafe ran out very early. Do you think that set a precedent for this kind of collapse?
I feel like it's obviously quite...
Louis, I don't want your opinion, I want Rory's.
Arsenal ran him out.
Oh, now they do go.
I think got a bit lucky with the call. I certainly think it was a good runnable ball. However, maybe not the pace between the wickets was necessary. But yeah, I think it was just well fielded rather than poor batting.
Yeah.
Sherborne about to touch the 100 mark.
Not quite as early on in the game as we would have hoped, but
No.
there eventually.
In fact, at the end of the game,
It's a landmark nonetheless.
That's good.
unless they lose 2
Yeah, six overs to go here.
Tommy Smith on 1 here, he could do some damage.
6 overs to go, potentially just looking to survive Sherborne rather than face the ignominy of being all bowled out.
Oh,
Wow.
he's not looking 100% confident here.
Smith, up for an interview?
Huh?
Up for an interview?
In comes the spinner, tosses up again.
Oh, jabbed at it.
Tommy
Jabbed back.
Smith's best innings for the first.
It's
of all
only
time.
Lou, I think you should stop where you're at, mate.
I really think you should.
He should use his feet.
He comes in again, yet Smith
Got
just
dragged down.
God.
Just doesn't like it.
Should have. Well, probably didn't quite get the full treatment it deserved, but Tom's still there.
Tossed up again.
Pushes at
Finds
it.
the middle
knocks it
about.
into
That'll
the-
give him the confidence he needs to really get going.
Yes. Bowler turns quickly on his mark here, looking to get Thomas. Flights it up. Tom presses forward again. Fielded off his own bowling.
And you can see, as you said earlier, he's not pressing for that big hits or anything like that. He's just practicing his game. He fends another one off. And that is over bowled. Solid 1 of 5.
No. They'll be comfortable. They've got one more. 2 wickets. Clifton need to end this game early. Sherborne will be hoping that they can survive and don't get all bowled out. But we will have to wait and see. The early collapse has meant that it's never really been much of a contest.
The sun is shining down here in Sherborne now as he comes in and appeals for a stumping. Not given.
Not given. Tom Mother by the skin of his teeth.
Nice, quick glove work there.
It's a good item, you know, to spot by the skin of his teeth.
That's what I'm here for. Eagle Eye, they call me back here.
Yeah. Dragged down, and Tom Mother will really try and attack that, and it will go for 4.
99.
He moves on to 99. That's Sherborne as a team, no one individually.
Tossed up, a bit wide, and just.
Mother goes at it again, and they'll take the single, and we all know what that means. Tommy Smith on strike.
100.
And 100.
Be interested to see when they, when and if they do decide to bring pace back here. It's been spin for quite a while.
Sherborne 100 for 8 comes up in the 36th over. Tommy Smith pats into the offside, and they take a quick single.
Good running there by Sherborne. Good quick communication. Early call from Tom.
Do you think some practice of running, something we might see in training?
Yeah, certainly. I think with the run out and just an overall lack of quick singles, which might have cost Sherborne, I think there should be a lot of practice. As that's chipped in the air, but it lands safe.
Just short of the field, he's had quite some action today.
The one at square leg.
Square leg, yeah.
As it comes in to Tom. He
Attempted sweep, but he's completely
It
missed.
wasn't even an attempted sweep, it was more of a
Yeah, downstairs.
hit.
Downstairs, yeah.
A clip.
Oh, did you get back?
I'm back, guys.
Cheers, Roy.
Roy Parnell venturing the commentary box.
Cheers.
What's rewarding is hard working innings.
How would you sum up your personal performance, Roy?
Today?
Yeah.
Shambles.
Have Sherborne got any fixtures next week?
Brighton on Tuesday.
Full plus. Push down the ground. Might run away for 4. Outfield is quickening up.
But it will go for 4.
And it will go.
Still going.
Yeah, so we have Brighton Tuesday. And then,
Is that being rescheduled? Was it
yeah, that was rescheduled, yeah. And then
Still
on
Bryson
Thursday.
alike?
Yeah, but where's Parnell? Yeah, not one.
Parnell's up there.
Hello? Yeah, Brighton look good.
That's just edged away. Might get a couple if they push hard. They do turn and they will get a couple. Roy, please. 3. 6.
There's a bit of disruption in the box there. We can have the pod.
Yeah. Get Smith on 2 at the moment.
Rather 8. No real interest in hitting out. Short again. They take the
Flicked
quick
away.
single. Marking out his guard. Now the keeper's doing his shoelaces for him.
That's nice to see.
Great sportsmanship, that is.
You love to
Yeah, we like to see that.
in such a closely contested game. See that sportsmanship takes precedence.
Honourable to see them.
Tossed up to Smith, who drives straight to extra cover.
So the one before pitched probably where the bottom is.
Turns quickly, tossed up, and that should be played back down again.
And then just like that.
Just 3 overs to go now in Sherborne's innings.
It's going to be a close 3 overs.
Rory, can you be in charge of making sure all the rubbish goes in
Yeah,
the bin from up
fine.
here, please? There's a jump.
Great gamesmanship there, Rory. Cleaning up the pavilion.
Ready for Tuesday.
You're ahead.
Against
Right.
Branston home. You heard it here first.
Oh, it's giving him. Stumped.
Quite generous
Mother.
umpiring.
No, it was out.
Well, we'll ask Louis.
I am Eagle Eye.
Smith Bingham. Louis, what did you see there?
Louis is up to the pavilion.
I hate to admit it, Billy is right there.
Oh,
It's a great call from the umpire.
I heard you can now review with Louis.
After a bit of reviewing. Here we have Rupert Thomas.
it is Rupert Thomas.
Getting to bat.
And
Everyone's getting mixed up.
Tom.
He's been batting well on the nets recently. It'd be good
Really?
to see him converting.
Has anyone else been batting well in the next recently?
Said that, mate.
No, he said also.
He did say it.
Oh,
Max Dowling one who's been performing
yeah.
well in the nets.
Yeah, well, being net as we discussed
Cardiff.
earlier is not the same as being a net.
I like you, Tom.
You seem very happy about that one.
Tom will be gutted. Not one for the average.
How's second?
Yeah, it was alright. They, like the opposite guy, says like, oh, we want to go, we're just going to all go top order,
Yeah.
and then Lewis and Clifton could go afterwards because it's our last like full game. And we're like, yeah, okay. And we'll mark it. Goes like this, outside of it just goes, like literally chips it to someone and he just goes, like first ball. And it was just like, it's just lovely batting.
Harry Watson there, commentary.
Great punditry there from Harry. We bring you back to the game on the upper.
Still spin to continue. Oh,
And he's out.
Oh my god.
First ball, he is out.
That's not one for him.
Game over.
That's it.
Be disappointed with that.
Louis, you're
So will Tommy Smith, he
Overall,
finishes
disappointed
2 not out the other end.
we
So,
will pack everything up.
that is the game. Sherborne all out for 109 when chasing 230.
Back to the drawing board, Alex.
To win. They lose.
See if I get
Guys,
five.
let's get some rubbish.
Yeah, Billy, can you sort that out, mate?
No,
Billy, please.
104 runs.
I'm taking my rubbish.
3 runs. Thank you all for
Thank you all for listening.
to today's coverage. It's been a good game to have cricket back with nice weather. Shame the result didn't come out Sherborne's way, although this is a Clifton live stream, so
Yes,
so glad that Clifton won.
Well done, Clifton.
Cheers, Louis.
It's been a privilege to commentate to you today. Thank you, Louis, for your help. Thanks, Rory. Thanks, everyone. Who's
Bye,
been
Clifton.
live
Thanks, Billy.
Sky Sports.
and we will be back when Sherborne next have a game.
Ow,
For now,
not in my head.
thank you all.
Thank you for listening and well played, Cliff.
Commentating again, well. Thanks, fellas. Good part of the season. The average is infinity. Well done, guys. Well played. So annoying.
I figured it had to be because it's quite okay over now. Sharp work by their keepers.
Fergus! I need my bat! Let's go!
Excuse me, is there a way I can get in there to get a drink? What? Is there a way I can get in there to get a drink?
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Oh, is it open? Sorry, yes, yes.
You would have wished if you got a fix. Yeah, I know. Yeah, what's going on? This time. I played 2 games.
Yeah.
Come on, let's go.
I've just given it to I give it to Ryan. Just chuck that in the rubbish bag while you're